just on email, right? You want the report to be presented to us. Final presentation
report
that can go live thereafter. Okay. That is the guidance then, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Thank you to the honourable members and the PSC. There's a lot of now clarity on the expectation of PSC in its directions. Ours was to just make sure that what the PSC said on the minister was requested to liaise with the implicated parties and provide comments on the PSC's report within 21 days of receipt of the provisional report. So that was just about all, which we are almost concluding that process. Because we did not want, once we were behind PSC schedule, we did not want to leave anything behind that might come back to haunt us, especially as part of the advice from the PSC. So we are clearer now because we've received all those presentations, Chair. So I guess we'll meet our deadline that we requested, which is the 14th of May. We might get there even far before that. So I want to assure the committee that we are reading from the same page with PSC, Honourable Chairperson. Chair, about the DPSA, DPSA did not mislead us. If you look at our report, the presentation of GST indicates misunderstanding that was later corrected after engagement between the two departments. Hence, the post was withdrawn, that is the advert, after advice by the DPSA and engagement with the presidency. And therefore, the now president's minute has been received and we are proceeding. That's it. Honourable Chair, on the forensic report, we will be advised accordingly. However, the forensic report was damning against the former DG, I must say. Again, about the food aid. The food aid went to Eastern Cape requesting me to release because she was sick and something that we could not really deal with, and allowed her until she decided to leave. Chair, the letter of the 12th of March 2026 from the presidency, the correspondence was received after my engagement with the president in making some clarity on how I've followed up everything insofar as the known DG's contract that was to come to an end at the last day of March. Chair, the panel presented its recommendations to DPSA, and it becomes the DPSA that brings the matter to the cabinet. That's the procedure. So the cabinet deals with the matter and look at everything like it did and came up with a 1 year. That's a cabinet decision. That's not my decision. So the cabinet looked at the whole matter holistically and then took a decision. And this is why then DG then had a 1 year contract. Ministers have no role in that situation. Chair, on the 14th of October 2025, the department would not have given DG disciplinary proceedings. The DG is a custodian of discipline himself in the department. What I presented, that I asked for the representation so that I could advise the president whether I should, what needs to be done at the time. The contract of the DG was regularized immediately. This was picked up. It was picked up after the interaction between myself and the minister of DPSA. And the minister himself took upon himself to accept that this was an error. And this is why it's the Minister of DPSA who wrote a letter for me to submit to ethics and for me to make sure that I clarify the matter with the portfolio committee, which I did. Beyond the last day of March, DG had to leave because his term came to an end. Whether we will be able to investigate further if there was money about those who left the department, share the report will then guide, as the chairperson, honorable chairperson, is saying, we can then be able to say what then needs to happen. Hence, earlier on, I said we had to consult when that time came of us having to release DG's pensions and all that is due to him on what should be the case. And we were advised not to proceed because we would not have concluded the report that it will inform us whether indeed DG must be liable for the wasteful expenditure that occurred. So that is my explanation, Honorable Chairperson. The issue of the household allowance in the DSD letterhead, the ministerial handbook determines allowance of ministers' residence. It was not meant for salary. For the forensic investigation, I said it was damning, and the Public Service Commission can have that to make sure that they put their eyes on it. Our Honorable Makato's advice and counseling, Chair, I accept fully on all what he has said. I don't want to repeat. The allegation must be treated as such. I was here, Chairperson, to set the record straight. That's why I'm here. That's why I committed from the onset that I will come back to give the committee and put the record straight. On Umama Bishop Msweni, ordered the team to prepare the report and submit. I was under the impression that my office has submitted already. However, I got to hear that that's not the case, which can happen in the next 48 hours, because that has been done. It's there. It can be submitted at any time. Chair, I insist I did not mislead Parliament, and I still said I relied to the Ethics Committee to ventilate that. About the matter of cars, I'm not going to go back there. It talks to the fact that I did not mislead Parliament. So ethics should ventilate that as the members took the matter to ethics. Chair, about the role of appointing staff in the ministry. Of course, I got the counseling and guidance from the PSC, which I'm taking it very seriously to come closer and make sure that we look at this matter. Whether the matter can be taken to public protector or not, it's upon this government to be transparent and make sure that we avoid a situation where fruitless expenditure has been picked up and everything must be done, whether by the executive authority or by the officials of the department. I agree with that fully. The appointment, the department and ministry, the teacher's contract, as I have explained, was regularized. That's why he is no longer in the department. We correct what the DPSA said was an error. We corrected. It had no financial implication for the fact that it was corrected at the point, and it did not really create any of that. The secondment of the former Chief of Staff, Honorable Chairperson, if I may speak into that, Sis Zanele was my Chief of Staff, appointed as such. But Section 14(1)(a) of the Public Service Act allowed me to just shift her and to be elsewhere. This was informed by the fact that I needed to make investigation. but I did not have ammunition to act on her immediately. She did accept her transfer. She consented in terms of section 14.3. Chair, I remember she wrote with a pen in the acting letter, and she wrote, I'm reading, I accept if the transfer is in terms of the law, which indeed it was. Chair, the section 14 does not distinguish between staff in ministry and staff under general. It says any employee. I guess the work that is being done by Public Service Commission will ventilate on those for us to be clearer going forward. Chair, to respond to Mama Tlo's question. Chair, Honorable Tlo, I'm sorry. Chair, this matter has been in the media platforms. I will sometimes receive some because they were everywhere else. Sometimes people will send me some, and sometimes I'll get to hear from everybody else. I did at some point receive one which was a little bit worrisome. It was worrisome that it spoke about quite pertinent things for me and what was going on around my life in particular, and what was going on into the office. Chair, one of those, I'll just read it for you, just for the committee to please pardon me. This that I'm going to read is written to one of the reading. Hi Pindi, ngulumka obesebenza noZanele ndizama ukufona. The other one on the other side. Andikho sekhaya ngoku ndisemzini mam elsewhere. It's okay, fine. Uyakwazi uthetha ngomso. Mamela ke. Kukho igqwetha elifuna uninceda noMarhadebe sizothetha nalo ngoku ngo-8. Nawe sikufake okanye uright uyazenzela for free. This is supposed to be two people talking between each other about this matter. I am now taking you to the audio.
Chair, just a question. Is the minister allowed to do this when the person she's speaking about is not here to give their side of the story or to defend themselves?
No, the many people that are not here have been spoken about. So
Thank you.
is doing is responding to a specific question that was asked by an honorable member. How is the minister supposed to respond to that? No problem. I understand.
So if not, it's my friend can go. Okay, because akho problem ne, but ke njengoba bendichilo into bana ukhona umuntu ofuna uncedisa andanoba wena ke eyakho imali wawo ifumene yonke nayaphelela or mhlawumbi ke singa-edda as well nawe so that lo bhuti ufuna uncedisa akwazi ukuncedisa nizokwazi ukwenza izinto zena ukuthi nanithutele kanjani phayana wahamba kanjani wena yonke laa nto nawe na imali yakho yayithathwa njengoMarhadebe because this guy wants to take it forward into yini. Okay, sure. Ndiyakuva ke mna ke sisi, ndiyakuva ke ngoku. Lo mntu uzawusincedisa sihambe siyome ezinkundleni siyoxoxa. Usizanele akayikhumbuli into yokokuba xa sixoxa ezinkundleni thina like mna kulam icala xa sixoxa ezinkundleni usizanele uzawubandakanyeka. Ayifike ihlale loo nto phaa kuye ngoba kaloku ekugqibeleni kosuku wena mntu ungumama, hayi andithi umama Tolashe urayithi, uyayibona, ungandiva kabuhlungu, andithi urayithi umama Tolashe. Ekugqibeleni kosuku ifuna le nto siyivelele nkalo zonke. Umama Tolashe akazange wathetha nelimdaka kumngendo yemali, uyayiva, uba imali dathi imali ithiwa. Into ayithetha nam ngusisizanele, uyayibona. Yonke into mna xa ndiyithetha ndizayithetha isiya kuzanele ukubona. Yonke into eyenzeke kubam ubomi idibanisa uzanele. So yena ke iyawuba nguye ke udibana nomama, uyayibona, ngolo hlobo bebesenza ngalo. Ekugqibeleni kosuku ndiyabukela apha ezindabeni umama evela bethunana. Ndiyambukela umama evela apha ezindabeni kweento zenzekayo. Iwari yam wona mntu ungumama umdala, umama uTolashe umdala kuzo zonke izinto zimehlelayo. Zimehlela engumntu omdala, and umama uTolashe ezinto bezisenzeka ezenza kuthi nozanele beyiphathi and parcel yayo loo nto. Umntu ebesidila naye ngomlomo ngusisisanele. Kufana nento yokokuba uba besiza umangala mna, uba bendifuna umangalela umama uTolashe, bendingazukwazi ukumangalela umama uTolashe ngoba ndizange ndathetha nto nomama uTolashe, ndandithetha nosisisanele. Ekugqibeleni kosuku usisizanele ukuphuma kwam kwaTolashe kusezandleni zakhe, akukho sezandleni zomnye umntu. Unobangela woba mandibe mna ndilapha ekhaya ndisayina icontract ka-5 years, ndasebenza unyaka wabayi-1 ndilapha ekhaya for the sake of usisizanele. Usisizanele owayendityhola isithi mna ndinguphindi wentethe, ndithandana namapolisa, mna ndinguphindi wentethe, ndihlala ndibuthe emapoliseni. Banepicture ke kaphindiwe lo undini eyohlala namapolisa athethe isikwerekwere iilanguage zabo endingazaziyo mna ndinguphindiwe, ndiphinde ndibe nesibindiso yabo. Wayengandikhupha usizanele emsebenzini, wayendikhupha. Wafaka abantu usizanele emveni koba endikhupha emsebenzini ngolu hlobo andikhuphe ngalo, wafaka abantu befemeli yakhe. But now ngoku xa enedabi nomama uTolashe wayefuna ulwelwa sithi amadabi ebengakhange thina asilwele, ngoba kaloku if uthi yena uTolashe bethetha kuye wayengathanda uTolashe uthetha kuye eze kum azothi phinde ungakwazi endaweni ethile ukuze into zakho zibuye zonke. Imali zam zange zabuya zonke, but andimindi ngezo mali. And ke xa ifumaneka imali yayo, imali yona shame ndingayithatha ndiyitye, kodwa not uba ndiyome ezinkundleni nomntu umdala la mama. Mna sisi apha ebomini ndafundiswa into yokokuba umntu omdala ndimhloniphe. Ndazibiza ngoba ndiyakholwa, ndiliKrestu. Xa ungumntana kaThixo ke sisi awukwazi ukwenza izinto eziphikayo indlela kaThixo. Thina singabantu balapha ezantsi emhlabeni sithatha uYesu, sithatha uYesu simenze ishelter yoba senza amanyundululu wethu, sawugqiba sizimele ngoYesu. Ndicela ke sibuyiseni ingqondo zethu. Usizanele akabuyise ingqondo, akayijonge le nto macala uba xa ifika ngaphi izawufika ithini, xa ifika ngaphi izawufika ithini. Andithi usizanele makangalilwi idabi lakhe, angasifaki thina baqeshwa bakaTolashe. Asiyeke ngolu hlobo sihleli ngalo, wasikhupha mos emsebenzini. Ngoku wayisizolwa idabi lakhe, wayusizanele senza ngolu hlobo enza ngalo. Umdala la mama uyangqungqutheka ngezinto ebezenza nozanele. Uzanele esondele kulaa mama besenza izinto, emenzisa izinto. Namhlanje funeka athathe umama abantu emdala ayomisa ezinkundleni zamatyala, kungoba lo mama funeka ndimbone efile na.
Can I be allowed to respond? The committee will take charge of that.
But please just allow the minister to respond in the way that she has prepared herself.
Chair, I just wanted to give you the gist of the question that was asked by Honorable Klo.
Mm-hmm.
She speaks Xhosa, and I have no business to interpret for the committee.
Okay.
The committee can then take that and interpret for itself.
Okay.
In closing, Chair.
No, I will.
If the chair remembers.
Chair, can we, for once, respect the decorum of this House, please?
Thank you, Chair. With a lot of respect, I must say. In closing, Chair, when we came as the department to come and present on the matter of Miss Lumka and Miss Sanele. The members, and when I raised the matter of issues that were leaking from the department to the public, the honorable members seated here indicated that they received stacks and stacks of information from the officials. And that day, the honorable member made mention of one of our officials from where she was getting that information from. She made mention of that when she was confirming the allegation that I had. That it's like at the DSD, you have a desk. What's this one that is new now? Daily Maverick. You have that on a permanent basis in our department. I found it there, and at the time I said, I don't think I have energy to deal with it. Because for me, it talks to how the officials are supposed to conduct themselves. The members here, Chair, confirmed that their phones are full with the information that they're getting from officials about the matters that were under discussions by the department. So this matter that Honorable Klo is asking is now, as I've heard this one, only this one, I don't know others, it talks to what was said by honorable members, which at the time we appealed to honorable members to say, allow us to bring these matters before you procedurally, and you'll be able to deal with them and give us guidance and counseling on how best can we deal with this. It's like Chair was seated with something that was cooked long ago that is now coming to at play at this time, which all of us, especially me, I was not aware of. My children, my family are being haunted by journalists, English-speaking Africans, wanting this or that. It borders now to intimidation. However, I will deal with it at that point. This is what I am going through, Chair, and I must recommend to say, anytime, even the matter of 3 million, I guess I must take that responsibility that just went through the cracks. It is there, it is a matter. We went to the committee of appropriation because they also had an interest. We did appear before them, were still awaiting, which they saw nothing. We also said, let's also take note of what the AGSA is going to say in picking up those things that might have been wasteful or anything, but we are building on it because the committee, if you remember, we did bring a narrative. You said we want a report blow by blow, rands and cents, what happened. This is what we are committed, still committed into, and I want to profusely apologize that this time around I did not bring that one. It's gonna be brought to your attention. We'll send it in 7 days once we are all sure of whether we've been able to make sure that this is now ready. Chair, I refute the authenticity of the contract letter of a food aid. I still want to insist that Honorable James said she has got documents and so on. If we can, that be submitted to yourselves, but I can say here, seated here, we don't have such in the department. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. I just want to, for the benefit of the colleagues, obviously, because although the question was asked by Honorable Tlong, but there are members, as it happened with, always happens with the Honorable Bishop, that we allow other members to also understand what is being said. The question, I mean, the answer to the question by Honorable Tlong and the voice note that was going on there, it was a voice note of 2 ladies that were talking about being asked if they can be helped with legal support to take their matters to court or something like that. And the lady who was being asked was saying, please leave me out of this. I am not going to do anything to the Honorable Minister because I am very respectful. Honorable Minister is a senior person, and I was brought up to respect senior people, and I'm also a Christian. I will not get involved. Whomever it is that has got issues with the Honorable Minister must do their own thing to report things and so on and so forth. That is what that voice note was saying. I just thought, for the benefit of the people that do not understand, I happen to understand isiXhosa because it's very close to isiZulu. So, and I've been doing it in the committee as well. Right. Now we have had our questions and we've had our answers. I believe that, and I want to take the opportunity of the chairperson being here, honorable chairperson of the PSC being here, that to find out the following. Is it proper for this, and I'm asking so that the members of the committee can also comment on that. Is it proper for this committee to refer the food aid thing to the PSC for investigation? And also, I would like the committee to monitor the completion of all these things that are in arbitration, ethics committee. The PSC will get the report next week, latest, and so on and so forth, because we have this oversight model that where we say we get report as things are being done. There are a lot, for what I heard, from what I heard from the PSC, that is going to be consequence management. We need to stay close to that and to monitor it and get report as these consequence management processes are taking place. And of course, the minister has also already told, confirmed that we will be getting the New York trip itemized cost for that, and and the copy of the forensic report. Those are the things that I'm proposing, honourable members, for us to take out of this meeting, because although this meeting has shed some light, especially from the side of the PSC and the Honourable Minister, but we know that we are dealing with a report that is basically practically complete on the side of the PSC, save for what has been the courtesy that has been extended to the Honourable Minister, and then we know that by the end of this month we will have this report on our desks. But we have also asked that the Honourable Chairperson or her team, or his team of commissioners and investigators can come and present to us what would ostensibly be the final report.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honourable Chairperson, and honourable members. Indeed, on the issues of the helper, if it involves public servants, surely it is within our scope. And what we ordinarily do, should it involve the minister, we work closely and have an MOU with the public protector and refer cases for the public office bearers there. So it would be within that ambit. And we would also appreciate receiving the forensic report on the issue of the DG or the other officials involved, because those are public servants. And we will then reflect and report back to the committee once we've made the findings. And what is most important in all these exercises should not just be who is found guilty, where we keep cleaning the floor because the roof is leaking, but to say what are the systemic issues that we should go to all departments where this thing is happening and begin to say, do we have adequate systems, safeguards, filters, as well as the laws in place? Because that is our approach now, because it turns out to be very expensive to be dealing with one case at a time. But when we look at the systemic issues, and we've also raised a hand and worked with the departments to say, if you have governance failures and challenges, please let's work together to change the systems. So it's not a matter of saying we found you guilty on this, but rather how do we make sure that we emerge out of this with a proper governance system and effective department. Thank you.
I thought we had come to the end. Honourable James?
We are. Thank you, Chair. My questions weren't answered by the Minister because this defies just about payments that were made to the Minister's daughter, and the Minister said nothing about that. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Minister?
I did say something, Chair, that I was not aware of those payments. Thank you.
Okay. Honourable Sharif?
Chair, I also asked the Minister, is she saying that she did or she didn't sign the DG's contract? Another question she didn't answer. And if I go through all of my questions, there's probably more questions that weren't answered. And even if I submit a written question, it's not going to be answered because they haven't responded to questions since February. However, Chair, that aside, I just wanted to go on your recommendation, that I agree with your recommendation about the way forward. I think and as I mentioned to the Prof, that if they can just please investigate this one in the beginning of my input, that would be a really good idea. And Chair, you then said that it's been eye-opening. It hasn't been for me because we haven't gotten answers from the Minister. We haven't gotten clear answers from the Minister. Deflection is the name of the game. So apart from that, I agree with everything else you said, and I'm just seconding you, Chair.
Honourable Sharif, please tell me what question has not been answered. The Minister is still here.
I asked her, did she or didn't she sign the contract for the DG? Wasn't aware of it. So did she or didn't she sign the contract? And then the second one is she says that she only disciplinary process only happened to the DG after she spoke to the President. The President wrote to her on the 12th of March, but there is a media release that is dated the 14th of October 2025, where she speaks about disciplinary of the DG. So what is the truth? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much,
Minister.
Honourable Chairperson. I did not sign the DG's 5-year contract. My electronic signature was attached into that. That's what informed me to call for a forensic investigation.
While you were out, but I'm sure I nearly said Honourable Brooke, you did take the notes of the things that we were asking, and one of them was getting the copy of the forensic report, right? And the minutes. Oh yes, thank you, Acting DG, and also, yeah. So as you also heard, Honourable DG, are you going to send it directly to the Honourable Chairperson of the PSC, the forensic report? Okay.
Thanks, Minister. We have noted the request from the PSC Chair. We have already processed it through DTG Book, but it will come through the Minister's office. Thanks. And I've already provided a date when it should be submitted to the PSC. Okay.
That sounds to me like we have, at least for today, come to an end of this meeting. I am now hesitant to ask the honourable members to stay because we have a report now that we are bordering on working on a report for the term that has not been adopted by this committee, with today being such a day. So may I please ask, it will not be longer than 10 minutes. If it hits 10 minutes, just walk out. Don't worry. So... Yes. Yes, yes, I did. So thank you so much, Honourable Minister and Honourable DM and your teams for having come through and stayed for as long as you have so that we can exhaust at least what we had on our agenda today. Please, can we have 1 minute, one meeting? I didn't. Yeah. And also, Honourable Chairperson, thank you so much for your time. I know for you and the commissioners and the investigators, I really appreciate your time that you've spent here today because I know how busy you must be working in the space that you are working in, and all the teams that have come here, all our stakeholders. I would like to thank you and appreciate your time today. And we hope that, as you heard, this was a progress report. There will be more reports coming, and we hope that you will be with us even at those times. But for now, I would like to detain the honourable members, and the rest of the meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much. Honourable members, I promised you 10 minutes and that time starts now. Please. Lindiwe is going to present to us the report that I really would like. I'm hoping that we can adopt it today because we are really now bordering on being illegal, unlawful or illegal, because even today is part of the report that of a program that you have not adopted. Go ahead, Lindiwe.
But approved by the House Chairperson, so we are still within. Thank you very much, Chair. Today, I won't repeat the last week's one. And then today, we just received presentation from PSC as well as from Pool. We will receive a presentation from the Department of Social Development on the progress made on the drafting of the Children's Amendment Bill. So there was a resolution that we need to monitor that on quarterly basis. So on the 13th, they will come before us and present the progress report. In the same meeting, Chair will consider and adopt 2 reports. One, the last week's report on APP of DSD and its entity, and then the second report will be a report from the UK scheduled to debate vote 19, which is DSD, on the 19th of May, and the venue is at Good Hope Chambers from 2 o'clock. Chair, the 20th, we will have a joint meeting with the social services to receive a briefing from CDA, and also there will be on issues raised during the presentation of CDA. If you recall, early this year we received a report from CDA on the annual report. In the same meeting, Chair, we'll have a briefing from Social Development on the recruitment of the CDA board members, as we are aware that the term of office of CDA board has come to an end, so we just need to get clarity as to the process thus far. Chair, the 27th of May. Chair, also on this, the 20th, Chair, just to bring to the attention of the committee that the 20th, the human settlements, which is within our cluster, social services, they are also having a debate from 10 o'clock, but will submit an application to be approved. Because normally when a department in the same cluster is having a debate, it is encouraged that our committee members must support that budget vote. So that one is subject to the approval. Chair, the 27th of May will also receive our standing agenda item. No, it's a new one. The DSD will also brief the committee on its first quarterly report on key interventions it is implementing in response to President Ramaphosa's classification of GBVF as a national disaster. Also, we also requested that the briefing should also include interventions implemented to curb substance abuse. Chair, we move to the 3rd of June, and then this is a standing obligatory meeting to ensure that the department is spent according to their APPs. Will receive the fourth term quarterly report on the financials and non-financials performance of the DSD, which is January to March 2026. Also, Chair, there's a standing agenda item. We'll also get a progress report on the drafting policy of the Universal Basic Income Grant. Chair, on the 10th of June, this committee has been identified as one of the committees for the Oversight Parliamentary Plan, OPP. Chair, in this meeting we have invited the PC on Public Works and Infrastructure to brief us on the of infrastructure requirements for SASSA. If you recall, members, when we conducted our oversight in KZN, there were offices that were in a not a desired accommodation. So because of that, we also think it will be important to get some comments from the Public Works Department. We also said that the presentation must focus, but not limited, on the department's mandate and roles in managing state-owned properties and assets, policy framework on infrastructural needs of SASSA across all regions, existing collaboration with SASSA and DSD, and any other related information. It's safe to say, Chair, I did have discussion with the Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure. They indicated their availability to attend this meeting. Chair, we have a committee week allocated for our committee, which is Group B, it's the 17th to 19th of June, and then the oversight will be on focus on SASSA offices to assess infrastructure and vision. Also, there will be infrastructure, Chair, and also will also look at the Child Malnutrition Organization. That will be in the Eastern Cape, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. This is the draft program for this committee to consider and adopt. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Lindiwe, for that. Honorable Sharif.
Sorry, Chair. The last one, Chair, is the 24th of June, where we'll receive a briefing from Small Business Development on skills program for women and victims of GBV and to demonstrate how SITAs can assist these women and link them to economic opportunities. Remember, members, the small business was invited some time ago, but unfortunately the minister, the deputy minister, and the DGs were not present, and then the committee decided that they won't proceed. So now we're inviting them to come back and present to the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lindiwe. Members, this is for us to adopt. Honourable Sharif.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I am going to try every single avenue I get, whether it's writing to you, whether it's trying to add onto the draft program, whatever avenue I can to add a parliamentary inquiry into the minister, if we can add that onto our program. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Sharif. At this stage, I think it would be very preemptive to be thinking about inquiries, because as you heard earlier, we have a forensic investigation report that has been given to us. We are waiting for PSC report, final report somewhere this month. We are waiting for the ethics committee report. We are waiting for the arbitration and so on and so forth. I think to override all those things and say inquiry, it would vary. I think that would be my take. Honourable Makgato.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think as this committee, we must just adopt this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Makgato. Any seconder?
Seconded, Chair.
Thank you. You don't agree? You don't agree?
Chair, I don't agree with the justification you just gave.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I take today as an example,
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like the minister accounted completely and fully. And I don't feel like normal portfolio committee meetings has enough time and space for the minister to come under oath and tell us exactly what is happening. So whether there is this, there's that, it doesn't stop us as the portfolio committee to do what our mandate is, which is to do proper oversight on the minister. And so I don't agree that we must wait for all of these things to happen. People are not, they don't have time to wait for their SASSA grants. They don't have time to wait for assistance and for them to be able to put food on the table. And so for me, a parliamentary inquiry is the best opportunity to bring the minister to account, because today, if we go through today, the minister barely answered any of our questions. So that's, in that instance, I disagree with you, Chair. But
Okay.
I will take your lead.
Okay.
And take it from there, and I will continue
Okay.
pushing for a parliamentary inquiry.
Okay. All right. No, that's fair enough. Lindiwe, you want to provide some procedural
Yes, Chair.
support?
Yes, I think it's important, members, to note as much as we been conferred powers to exercise oversight over executive, we might take cognizance that there are other structures that have a responsibility to play in addressing certain things. So for this committee, whilst we have information which is not final, we have reports that are not conclusive, we have reports that are in the arbitration and so forth. And we also made a critical recommendation for the matter of food aid to go to the PSC, which we need to get a report on that at a later stage. I think for us to have parallel processes, might be deemed as undermining the structures or the body that are dealing with these issues. So let's wait and have a conclusive findings on these matters that are before these different structures for this committee to take a decision. And even for inquiry, you need to have clear terms of reference. We need to conduct our investigation, etc. Do we have that capacity to do that? And how are we going to justify that? Whereas these matters that we want to have an inquiry on are somewhere else, are being handled with different structures. So I also agree with the chairperson that let's wait for all these matters to be conclusive, and then for this committee to take an informed decision as to whether they want to go to the inquiry, and then we also do our necessary research as to how can you go about in terms of a committee inquiry and have clear terms of reference that would not encroach other bodies that are busy with this matter. So for now, I think the chairperson is advising the right direction, that let's wait all these processes to be conclusive for us to take a decision to have an inquiry which is informed by the findings and recommendation from these statutory bodies. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Lindiwe, for that guidance. I don't see any other hands. I only see a head that is shaking, and that is properly allowed. This is a member of this committee and a member of parliament, so you have every right to, as you said, you will do everything that you can. You've started now with saying we must do this. I have given you a response that you are not agreeing with. You are totally allowed to seek other avenues. We have received procedural support as well from a person whose role is to do just that, to give procedural support. And so let's just keep going, is my advice. And may I please then take the opportunity to declare this meeting adjourned. And thank you all so much.
meets standard market relevance, and whether the quality in itself achieves the objectives that we want. There are two main obsessions I've had since my participation in this committee, since the previous administration, that are yet to be satisfied. DM Dubengube. And that is one, the study of mechatronics again. Nobody is being honest and reflective about the fact that we can have a conversation in this house and agree that maybe there's a need for reform, but that today life is still a bit fine. But the bottom line is, when you knock on the doors of each and every TVET college in this country, there is no TVET college that has 100% authority right now that in the past 15 years, actually in the last 20 years, that the curriculum of mechatronics has been updated, because it has not. And there is no mechatronics, there's no institution in the Republic of South Africa that offers the study of mechatronics that can with authority say that that curriculum is up to date and meets the standard required by industry. Industry being the people who are supposed to employ the people they're given certificates that are quite frankly outdated. So, and that reality is true for business studies as well. So that's for me a fear, a very serious one, because you have thousands of students that enroll and and graduate and are given certificates, but those certificates are mere malicious compliance certificates, because when those students go and knock on the doors of any employer to say, please employ me, the first thing that they're met with is that, excuse, I can employ you, but if I employ you, you won't be able to do anything at work because the qualification you hold does not equip you for the work you're asking me to give you. So where are we as far as those two particular qualifications are concerned?
Who's supposed to answer? CHA. Accuse it you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for those questions, and I hope after today I'm going to ease you on at least one of them. We have a world-class mechatronics qualification developed as long as more than 5 years ago. It was developed together with German counterparts, I forget what they call now, and the primary purpose of developing that qualification was that so that South African youth could be employed by the OEMs, like your BMW, your Mercedes, and your Audi. The qualification is there. It is being offered as well as updating lecturers. So the qualification is there. And Chair, let me just indicate that that qualification is of such a standard that the discussion stopped at where the German counterparts want to actually co-certificate with South Africa. So that means our learners would have had access to a worldwide market looking for mechatronics. There was a program at Northlink College when the previous principal was there. And there was a partnership with Japan for the buildings and the equipment. Chair, I can pick that up to see how far that has gone, but I know it's gone quiet. But on the qualification side, I can guarantee you we have the qualification.
So I appreciate your honesty there, because we have World Skills SA happening every other time. Yes, every other 2 years. Thank you, Chair. The mechatronics students who go and represent us there are set up for failure. They don't know half of a cooking clue of what is required to even compete on behalf of South Africa on the world stage. And that's not even the only competition area that we have a problem with. My problem here, DM, is there must be a clarification from the department and ministry on how is it that QCTO has equipped you with an updated version of life, but you're still stuck with the medieval era's offering. So why have TVETs not been able to uptake that problem? Because each and every financial year, you come up with a budget, DM Dubengube, and you say, this budget seeks to and Utatesishi here would be on unpacking how is it that you are brave, bold, and confident enough to set up young people in the TVET sector who majority come from impoverished backgrounds and are quite frankly majority black South Africans for failure.
Okay.
Can I start 10 minutes now?
No,
Am I not?
no. Honorable Msazan,
Wait,
you're
I
number
need to
2.
leave. Then, can I ask honestly? I asked honestly that I have to leave. Prior, you know this, I told you. I don't need the people who are not here to engage Nasfas. So I can't forfeit my 10 minutes simply because people are not here.
I will give you to speak to these ones who are here, but let's allow members to ask. You said you want to leave at past. So please. Honorable Msazan.
No, thank you very much, Chair.
Hold on. What are you saying, dear? No, you'll respond to her. That's so when we have an interactive, must measure ourselves to ask and be answered in 6 minutes. That's they know members, it's our responsibility. Honorable Msazan.
No, thanks, Chair. CHE, Council for Education, could you just give me clarity on your enforcement of legislative and policy mandates? You indicated that you are also, or were also responsible for the internationalization of higher education and training in South Africa. So I want to know your ability in terms of enforcement, consequence management. Of course, you know that we have foreign nationals that are trying to take over the higher education and training sector. So I would just want to know that part. To what degree do you enforce the policies and the legislation that you are mandated to do?
The CEO will take that one. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So we are mandated to draw from external policies like the policy on internationalization to support its implementation. The CHE is not the enforcement agency to monitor and oversee employment by our institutions. That's institutional prerogative overseen by their councils. So the CHE does not control or exercise oversight on employment.
No, I understand that you say you support implementation, which means your mandate to some degree must ensure that there's implementation. So I want to know in terms of enforcement, okay, maybe let me not use enforcement. Let me use what you are saying to support implementation. So in an event where it's not implemented accordingly, what do you do?
So the way we support implementation specifically of the internationalization policy is to make available opportunities for higher education institutions to engage through qualifications collaboration with international counterparts. So that's a key example of how we operate.
So CHE, what is your role now that we've identified as the committee that there is issues of foreign nationals that are somewhat engulfing our higher education and training sector? What is your role? What is your participation in this process of us rooting out these current challenges, especially as it relates to non-skill that we find in the higher education and training sector?
So the CHE's position is that higher education has to be a cosmopolitan endeavor. We should have international representation in our higher education institutions in order for them to be higher education institutions. However, that must be within the ambit of the law and the prescripts of the country. So, for example, the employment of scarce skills in relation to all the regulations for home affairs, involvement, and so on. But we don't oversee that. It's the role of Home Affairs to oversee its policy.
Thanks, CEO. I think that's clear. So you have no role that you play at this current juncture. No,
in terms of employment of
and implementation of it. No, thanks. And then you mentioned that you advise the minister proactively or on request. So if it's proactive, you just up and decide that this is a critical matter where we think we should advise the minister, and as you said, then the minister decides to take it or not take it. But you decide if you must be proactive in terms of advising the minister.
So not me or management, it's a system, it's a CHE organizational decision. We have a governance committee in place called the Research Monitoring Committee, RMAC. And critical issues are discussed and raised and deliberated in that committee. And ideas for areas of research and then potential advice arise out of those discussions. So it's a system of engagement with our governance committee members that lead to decisions around what piece of advice should we try to take forward.
So it's only on research, no other issues?
When we advise the minister, we always try to make sure that it's evidence-based advice. So there would be research or some process that underpins the advice. It's not just advice that comes out of the blue. So usually strongly supported.
No, I definitely understand that part. You see, the reason why I was asking you as CEO is because we are in this quagmire of administration at NESPA. So I was wondering if you also advised the minister in taking that decision. So I wanted to know the type of advice on what issues you actually advise the minister on. That's where my question stems from.
Okay, so in relation to the particular decisions that have been made at this point, the CHE has not advised the minister, but the CHE is, so for example, the CHE does research on NSFAS in terms of student uptake and student success and student progression. There's a current report that we're finalizing to come out now. Potentially, there could be some advice to the minister coming from that research on the impact that NSFAS is making in terms of students, their social mobility, and so on. But that decision we made once we finalize the report.
Yeah, so that report can't be at play now because you haven't issued it.
No.
Yeah, so let's just rest with the fact that you had no advice on this matter and leave it at that.
We were not asked for advice, nor did we proactively provide.
Thank you very much. That's quite straightforward, CEO. QTCO, I have, I think just two questions for you. One is with regards to the certification issuing. There is always a reported backlog in terms of issuing of certificate in time, especially pertaining to private institutions or entities. So I would just want to know what is your plan in ensuring that you issue out certificates in time? And lastly, through you, so after you issue accreditation to private institutions, do you play any other role in terms of ensuring that what they provide is what they had actually been accredited to provide in terms of quality? So just those two, Chair. Thank you very much.
If you can just answer one.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of certification, I think we are coming to Parliament on the 20th. So I'll respond to that then, if that's okay.
No, then it's fine. It's okay.
And then in terms of the accreditation of providers, I think during my presentation, you would see I was focusing on one of the outcomes which talks about the quality of provisioning. So once they are accredited, we got a monitoring team that goes out to monitor them, to ensure that they maintain their accreditation status.
Thank you. Honorable Zondo.
Thanks, Chair. Okay. QCTO, your presentation highlighted the expanding mandates linked to the transition of legacy qualification to occupational qualification, and how has this expanded workload been transferred into concrete operation and staffing plan for 2026-2027?
Zondo, could you just direct your question to whom you want to answer the question? Please, we're still in the meeting, committee members. Or remain in the meeting. Please proceed, Zondo. Just tell the person that you need to have them respond, please.
Thank you very much. I'll respond to that. Yes, the mandate is expanding because we're running both of those concurrently. There's a phase out of the old ones, and then there's these new occupational qualifications that are also being taken up by the TVET and CET. However, what we're doing is we're utilizing the same staff. Our budget has not been adjusted in any way. So we have to utilize the same existing staff to undertake all activities related to both. So there hasn't been any increase in staffing. Unfortunately, our organogram shows 242 posts. but we only have funding for
Okay,
130.
because I've already taken my time, I want to add another question on that one because you are responding to say how does the mitigation, the risk of operational capacity may lag behind in the policy ambitions?
Chair, to mitigate that, and because we don't have warm bodies, we have resorted to using technology where accreditation is done via technological methods, etc. So we're using technology where possible to compensate for the lack of staffing. Thank you.
I'm rushing now because... okay. On your APPs, in terms of aligning between the APP's target and the program of resourcing, APP said 25% of targets across 4 programs. And how does the management ensure that programs' level targets are achieved given the concentration of resources in the selected programs?
Chair, can I get that question again? I missed the first part.
Okay, I said on alignment between APP's targets and program resources. Then I said the question, you have set out 25% of target across 4 programs that you continue on your presentation in slide 18 to 20 and 20 to 22. And how does the management ensure that program level targets are achievable given the concentration of resources in the selected programs?
Chair, we have to ensure that it gets done by whatever means, because if somebody applies for accreditation, the policy says we need to accredit them in 90 days. So we've got staff that are working overtime. We're using the technological improvements that or ways that we have implemented to ensure that whatever we have to do, whether it's accreditation, certification, etc., we meet the time frames by either staff working overtime or the use of these platforms. But we ensure that there's proper alignment so that we meet our targets. And just to indicate that last year we met 96% of our targets. This year we're hoping to meet 100%, although we have these constraints.
Okay, let me jump to program 1, administration expenditure. Administration account for nearly half of QTCO expenditure in 2026-2027. How does the QTCO demonstrate value for money in program 1 relative to service delivery programs?
Chair, I think the CFO spent some time on that in terms of program 1. Program 1 covers all costs, including the salaries, maintenance of the buildings, municipal fees, IT costs, which is a big cost, are all located within that and not within the other units. So I think hence it's not just 50% spent on people. It's the people plus the IT systems that we would utilize, plus the buildings and the utilities attached thereto.
All right, Chair, I will ask that maybe one write down the questions to QTCO so that they can respond on them. Let me jump to Council of CHE. Good and service availability. Good and service expenditure for quality assurance dropped sharply from 22.6 million 2025 to 2026 to 13.5 million 2026 to 2027. What explained this significant adjustment?
If you look at it closely, it's informed by the APP informs the targets. They inform even the allocation of the budget. And I think it's very important to say some of the targets does not need any financial resources. So for example, maybe last year the resources was more put on peer academics. This time it does not really need peer academics. So it depends on the nature of the activity that is going to be undertaken. Hence the fluctuation of the expenditure.
Oh, okay. I think, Chair, I've got a minute. There was a hiccup when you were out when I was asking questions. So can I have a last question? Okay. Does this reduction affect the reliance on peer reviewers, site visit or workshop? And what are the implications for the quality assurance credibility?
Thanks. Let me just say that reduction should also be looked at in the context of other funding that we are drawing into the quality assurance function. So we've been able in this financial year to secure 11 million partnership funding to support the review of initial teacher education. So you're not seeing that reflected in the budget, although that work is being undertaken in this year. So it's, and it will be reflected in the budget when it comes into our coffers. The funding will come in over the year. But because we've been able to secure that, we didn't have to budget for it from the grants. So if you look at it in combination, what has been budgeted for plus this, you'll see that the numbers are quite comparable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khakao. We have 10 minutes for NSFAS.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, let me start with, so in the presentation, there's a problem that was identified regarding the KPI of the missing middle funding, which is the loan aspect. Mema Filika indicated that the reason why that KPI was removed is because it does not meet the standards of a SMART identified KPI. Break that down.
Okay, thanks. It's in terms of the achievability criteria, the way it's missing. The first thing is that we initially had the target of about 33,000 students on the loan. But in actual practice, there were lower students who were uptaking or applying or even qualifying for the loan where the number was very low. So as an entity, we then said, it doesn't matter, it doesn't make sense for us to put an arbitrary number that we know is not achievable when you're looking at against the practice. We need to go back and review what are the challenges that have made it difficult for us to have an uptake on the loan product. One of those being the policy framework itself in terms of the limitation of the 70 versus the 30 of the STEM to the humanities component. The second one, the fact that when NSFAS moved into fee-free education, you find that a lot of SETAs were taking up students in the missing middle category. Now the loan product, because it's also pitched at the missing middle category, is then competing with the bursaries that you'll ordinarily find in the SETAs. And therefore, based on that, you also had a low uptake. The third one was the fact that based on the applications themselves, you'll actually find that most students who are even applying for the loan are actually within the bursary category, but maybe because they have failed actually. So they're looking at the loan, not because they want the loan because they're in the missing middle, but because they haven't, from a criteria perspective. And then the last one is then the system itself, the fact that we don't have a loan management system. So when looking at all of these things, we then said, why would we put a target in terms of numbers when we know what is the low uptake that's making it difficult for us to attract the students to the categories that we are looking at? Now, obviously, the AG, because of the completeness and the mandate of NSFAS, which is not only looking at bursaries, but is also looking at the loans, then they raised this as a flag. We then said, maybe we might then put this indicator differently because also us having a system will assist us in terms of attracting and making sure that we do bring back, the attractiveness of the loan and all of that. So what we said is then in the revision, we might consider saying, let's look at the system rather than putting a target of numbers. And there are various factors that we have identified that are making it difficult to attract that particular loan. Thanks.
When was the missing middle component brought to, when was the announcement? I think it was 20, so Ntate Blade and Zimande made the communication, right, in the previous administration. So that was, I think, Chair, it's either 2023 or the beginning of 2024, somewhere. And since that announcement, to date, you have not been able to get a loan management system. What is your problem? What stood before you and the system?
So largely, in addition to other administrative issues that NSFAS had been facing, we had difficulty with running open bids for at least 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. Bid committees were not sitting as a result of the number of investigations that had been conducted at NSFAS. Basically, staff were not willing to serve on these bid committees. That has really placed delays or caused delays in procuring the loan management system. The process is currently underway, where we are doing a twofold loan management procurement. The one is to reinstate the previously decommissioned system so that we can have and remediate the balances for historical loans. We will continue with uptake when we have this system in place, but we will also continue with procuring an end-to-end system which will also assist with applications right until disbursements.
So to be clear, up until you've procured the system, there is no missing middle uptake. So you won't have a loan uptake up until you have the management system.
For this year, there wasn't.
So we do have a loan management uptake, but it's very low. And also how we administrate it in the absence of the system is sort of manual, which makes it even more difficult in terms of implementation.
So here's my worry then, twofold, DM. One, there's always, so I'm trying to be, so Chair, my problem with the issue is this. You've had administrator after administrator, which has impeded your ability to do what you want to do. At the end of the administration term that preceded the one we have right now, we were not able to get to a point where you were able to broaden access for funding to South Africa's young people in the form of the loan system. You still do not have a loan management system. And even with the bed of students that you have currently, you are unable to effectively manage them correctly because the system is a problem. But also even with the applications that you have received, I have it on good authority that there's also been a pause on how many people you are able to fund because of challenges within your own administration. Because the verification process would have been delegated to particular people, and then those people are also responsible for other things. And then at the end of it, you are unable to conclude anything really concerning the maximization of funding for these people. What my worry is with you not having this as a KPI, I'd rather have a KPI and you underperform or overperform on it than having no KPI at all. Because this is an area that you have already proven yourself to have challenges in, which is still important, and it is at the heart of the funding conversation of the country and making sure that we have a tiered funding model for the country. So if you're removing that as a KPI completely, none of us can come here tomorrow and say, but this is what financially you were supposed to commit to and deliver to. So I want to urge you to reconsider your exclusion of that KPI. With or without an administration, what happens in court or not, the bottom line is you cannot have the commencement of another financial year, another academic year, which is 2027's academic year, because this year you are supposed to finalize all of that mess, so that 2027 you have more and more South Africans aware about the criteria, the availability, and are able to succeed from the problem. So that's my view on it, and I urge you to please take it up. That's the one submission I wanted to make that concerns these people, Chair. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khakao. So members will continue. I allowed her to finish her time because she had requested to leave at past. Yes, Minister, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just to say to honourable members that we have engaged with NSFAS on this matter last year, and we insisted that it is totally unacceptable that we would have funding that is available and that is not utilized. But even worse, that we would not even advertise, because at the time it was like, no, there are no takers. And we said, then why not advertise so that there are takers? And we put it on terms to the management to say, do a campaign so that, because there was a reason why we had this funding available. And at the time, there was quite a large sum of amount. You remember, we even used that money as the shortfall. We put it in the shortfall because it was not utilized. So I'm very disappointed now when they even now want to even cut it short, because it goes against the instruction that was given by the ministry to say we want this funding to be there. There was a reason why in the first place we fought that there has to be this funding that is available for the missing middle.
Okay, no, thank you very much. We will interrogate this matter further. So it was after Honorable Zondo, Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll start with QCTO. I'm always concerned about the number of trade test centers and the number of qualified artisans we actually achieve during a year or a financial period. So your NDP targets stated 30,000 artisans per year by 2030. Now, is this really feasible and achievable, considering that you've also mentioned earlier that there are structural constraints, specifically in trade testing, and specifically the number of trade testing centers that are currently available, and the number of certification systems. So my questions really are, how many trade test centers do we currently have that are fully accredited and operational across the board? And what is the average lead time from a student applying for a trade test to actually achieving that trade test? And how many learners, I think that is also a huge problem that we get queries on quite a lot. How many students are actually waiting in backlog to sit for a trade test? And what is the actual numbers of learners that are currently waiting for trade tests? And then also, how do we meet that 30,000 artisan target if the pipeline is essentially blocked?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me just indicate that at the moment we are certificating at least 21,000 per year. The number could be significantly higher. And there is a backlog, as was indicated. There's a backlog between the Trade Test Center to the CETA, to NAMB, and then to the Quality Council. And I think a lot more detail will come out on the 20th. But I can just say for now that 42% or 43% of learners get certificated within the 90-day period from the time they take the trade test to the time that the certificate needs to be issued. If we can clear that backlog out, it's going to be much higher than 30,000 per year. In terms of the number of centers that we have between 400 to 500 centers at the moment. Now, if we go back to pre-1994, we only had one trade test center, which was COT, now called Inlela. After 1994, we had this decentralization, and we had trade test centers that mushroomed all over. What we're busy with is a cleanup of that, because certainly not all trade test centers are delivering the quality that we need. So as the accreditation comes up, they are being reviewed, and obviously, if those don't meet the criteria, do not get reaccredited. But we also building capacity within the TVET colleges, and I indicated 36 out of the 50 TVET colleges are accredited as trade test centers, mainly for the trades.
What is currently the biggest blockage, especially at TVET colleges? What is currently preventing them from getting earlier or better accreditation to be a qualified trade test center?
I think it would be the requirements to be a trade test center. You need all of the equipment, you need the proper assessors, qualified assessors, moderators, and most importantly, the point I raised, occupational health and safety is critical for them. But we're making good progress, as I say. If I say 36 out of 50 have achieved that status already.
So we can hold you accountable for the 30,000 qualified.
Chair, if we get that backlog out, which we are planning to do, that's another 60% that will come through in a very short space of time.
So you're agreeing that you'll be held accountable. That's what the question is.
The presentation on the 20th, we'll give you an improvement plan that we plan to do. And yes, we will ensure that it will get done to get that backlog through.
Okay, so the answer, Dr. Christians, is that we will get the response on the 20th. We do have a meeting with them on other issues. Deputy Minister?
Yes, Chair. I do want Chair to put for the committee's consideration that we do want the committee to also, when you interact with the seaters as well, that seaters must be enforced to utilize these trade centers instead of using private sectors, because they're taking the money that should be going to improve the infrastructure. We should be improving infrastructure of these colleges and improving our own, centers, so that we can boost them and make them to be in a state that could be utilized even by the private sector, instead of taking the money and taking it to the private sector. And we're losing out on our own money. So we really need to rein in on the seaters and also other entities that use private sector instead of using our own infrastructure. Thanks.
No, actually, Deputy Minister, you should not be saying when we interact with the sitters, we must make that point. You are in the cold front of it. Yeah. So, but it's not happening because the department part of things is not happening. I raised it last week about the skills branch of the department not knowing what the TVET branch of the department is doing, not knowing what the university branch of the department is doing. Universities, Dr. Prof. Lewin, use, what is that thing, IEB or whatever, to verify qualifications when you have SAQA. Other department of higher education, I can ask for files of people who have been interviewed, or you'll find on the file of an applicant in the Department of Higher Education having verified their qualification with somebody other than SAQA, and you have accepted it. So it is the department that is causing all these problems. It's not anybody else. The sitters can't do anything if the leadership we have is quite all right. So the leadership we need in the department must be clear that this is a directive. You see, if you say, we want you to do this, they are not going to do it. You must say in a memo, say, this is a directive. The 30,000 artisans per year that we need, 30,000 of them must come through this pipeline of QCTO if there's no problem in the QCTO breach, right? If you guys don't have backlog of people who must be trade tests, if you don't have a backlog of giving people certificates, you must say people must go through that. Of course, if there are problems, we can't say participant must be punished. They must go through this passage that is full, whereas there are other paths. But if you are clean, the path is clean, you must say. So it must be a memo that must come from us, leadership. It must be the leadership that takes that memo out. That is the first one. And then we're not saying private trade testers must not be utilized. If they are utilized, they must add on this 30,000 that we have. So we must have If we have 39,000, we have 39,000 that we're producing. But we are saying the target should be us producing 30 from our own system. And if trade testing is able to produce 2,000 for us in that year, then it's good for us. We are not saying we're not going to recognize people who are trade test privately. We must make that thing clear because we must coexist. Those who are trade test through you must be treated the same as those who are trade test privately, as much as those who are trade tested by our TVET colleges, those that are fit. You wanted to say something, CEO, before I've paused your time.
Chair,
You only have 1 minute, 40 seconds.
Chair, I just want to protect you that you correct because you might be taken to task by the IEB. I think you were wanting to talk about the MIE.
Yeah,
Before
no,
you get
that's
into
what
trouble, Chair.
the MIE, yes. That's what I was saying. That in the department you'll find people having applied, some of them having been given offers when they are not utilizing your own system. When you advertise as a department, and I've got an entity called SAQA, which does this thing and does it so well, I'll put it in an advert that you must be, as the advert will say, first preference will be given to South Africans, those who have qualifications that are verified by South African Qualifications Authority, and those who have masters, if you want masters, and put the technical specifications, the salary requirements, as far as that is concerned. But the two things that I'll make sure is that I abide by the laws of this country, which says first preference must be given to South Africans. You put it there. First preference, South African, one. Number two, the qualifications must be verified by South African Qualification Authority because it's an entity that is performing well in the department. So you know that if you come with something else, you call it what, MIE? Yeah, you come with MIE. We are not discriminating against them, but it's government, it's our entity first. So we say we're going to take this one, then we're clear. But the department can't say sitters are not abiding when you in the department, you are taking people who are not taking SAQA as a first preference. So we must deal with that one, Dr. Christians.
Thank you, Chair. And I think my next question deals basically with SAQA because at the end of the day, we see a lot of fraud and there's actually increasing verifications of fraud across the sector, and that kind of accountability just seems lacking at the moment. So, I mean, we've heard about fraudulent qualifications. We've even heard about cases where there have been promotions in municipalities and provincial government, and SAQA has been unable to verify, or those qualifications are not sent for verification. Although we know that SAQA has now actually implemented a kind of a QR code verification, if I'm not mistaken, and that is supposed to work with law enforcement. My question to QCTO is really, how widespread do you see this qualification fraud really in our sector, especially, in municipalities and provincial government, and within the occupational qualification space? How wide is that fraud actually? Have you picked up any fraudulent cases? And if so, have any of those been referred for criminal investigation?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, within the QCTO, we have identified a number of cases. Let me just say our certificates are very secured, including the QR code. But obviously, when it gets to where you're employed, they could accept one that was just stamped a copy at the police station. Whether the original was produced becomes a challenge. I think, Chair, the thing holding us up as a QCTO, or even SAQA for that matter, you cannot call a certificate fraudulent until it goes to due process, which is the legal process. All we do at the moment is call it a misrepresented, and we report quarterly to the Minister on misrepresented qualifications via SAQA. There is an issue for SAQA to establish an office, and then they will have to be sitting in court almost daily to actually then prove that this is fraudulent. So I think that's a challenge, and it's within the ambit of the NQF amendment bill that needs to be rectified. Thank you, Chair.
Just a last question on that. Would you say that the possible solution then is that all public institutions should now verify their qualifications digitally before any appointments are made? Handle that as the QCTO.
The QCTO, they will have to come back to QCTO because we sit with the background data. All they have is the achievement. So we have to be part of the same value chain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngubane.
Yeah, Chair, I think the main thing I raised, you raised it earlier, which I saw it with the CHE. We just need to desist. Sometimes when you tend to, I don't know where you guys present, you tend to present, you overlook some of the simple things that we can see that this is actually a joke. On your presentation where you claim that, the Chair said, you claim that the 5 clean audit are an indication of an ethical organization as an indicator. So we must chuck that thing away. I was on another entity, Chair. It got clean audit for about 5 years. When I moved in, the AG said the building that they've occupied is a cause for corruption. People need to move out of that building and get another building. We all know how AG works. It's sampling and it's more other stuff that we know. But we must desist from treating clean audit as it's an indication of ethical. Now you are ethical. Ethical is not measurable. You can't measure it through clean audit. So I think that we must desist from that. It's when you present that, it's like probably we think we're a child. We must try, if you want to measure your ethical conduct, find some other ethical organizational behavior to measure that, but not clean audit. So I think that's the first thing I wanted to say, Chair. Because you did emphasize on it, and I saw it as well on the presentation. So we must remove that. It's actually misleading. Clean audit does not represent clean audit does not represent the ethical conduct. And then I see there's a point of order, Honorable Songs.
Actually, just clarity, Chair. Is Honorable Ngubane referring to clean audits from DA municipalities? Or is he advising against that?
You did indicate that your GNU with the DS ended, but let's not bring it into this meeting. Honorable Ngubane, are you referring to the clean audits against them?
No, Chair. And his speech was brilliant yesterday, Chair, but I'm not referring. Your speech was brilliant.
Yeah, sorry, you can continue.
Yeah, I think that's the first, Chair. And then on the CHE, I think Honorable Sezane asked this question. I don't know how far the role of the CHE in making higher institutions to comply with their laws and their obligations. He mentioned the CAREPON, internalization, and more others. So how far the CHE can go to take these institutions of higher learning to account? I'm impressed that you are now even mentioning the private institution, whose responsibility it is to uproot or to close these fly-by-night colleges that are milking our poor people who doesn't know how to look to see whether this institution is a fly-by-night. So I think that's the question that I would like to know now. The CHE's role, how far does it go in terms of we complain here in this committee about universities that has university charters that goes east and left and non-compliance to them. Whose accountability they must make sure that those institutions stick to the right laws and right obligations, legislations, and many other things where we've seen even VC staying for 20 years, or all those things. How far is the CSE can go to do both these things? Closing fly-by-night colleges, taking universities into account when they do wrong or when they think that autonomous thing. How far does CSE go? I think that's my first question, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. So I think your point is taken around the ethical issue and the use of audits. I think we have to rethink that. I think it's well taken. And if we're going to include ethical organization as an outcome, we need to think about how we measure it more accurately. Although audits do give us some sense of ethical responsiveness, at least in terms of financial conduct or misconduct, but it's not the full picture. In terms of the role of the CHE, it's defined by the Higher Education Act. So the CHE can only work in terms of the Higher Education Act and the mandate provided by the Higher Education Act to the CHE. So oversight of higher education institutions in the country is a joint responsibility between the DHET and the CHE. Oversight for the quality assurance of higher education institutions is a mandate of the CHE. And so issues that are outside of quality assurance fall outside of the mandate. And it would be overreach on the part of the CHE to kind of talk to, for example, the employment term of a VC. That would be the mandate of council and then ultimately the oversight of the Department of Higher Education and Training. So there is a distinction. Quality assurance is the oversight of the CHE. Just maybe to respond to your question about fly-by-night organizations. So it is a worry. Again, the CHE mandate is limited to registered, recognized higher education institutions. So we quality assure registered, recognized higher education institutions in the country. Those that are operating illegally fall outside of our oversight. They're actually operating in a criminal fashion. And criminal activity is the oversight then of our policing system, our justice system, and so on. Certainly when we see it happening, we report it, we engage the DHET, we say this institution is purporting to offer higher education qualifications, but is not recognized, not registered. And the DHET has a process of engaging SEPs on that.
Yeah. So, Chair, that's all. Just ask one or two questions, and then haven't as a CHE see an opportunity or a gap in the system? Like I'm asking, I always, feel offended when I ask people that there's something wrong somewhere. You are seeing it's wrong, and you can see that you are an institution that is capable of solving those wrong, but you say, well, no, the law says. People are dying here, but I'm not the police. I must let these people die because the law says. Haven't you seen the CHE that, this institution has a capability, though we know your budget, 101 million rand is too small. You've got around about 555 staff and all those stuff. But haven't you looked at the opportunity missed by the CHE when you see wrong things happening in our institutions? And they do as they please, no accountability. Haven't you seen that and said, if they can change our laws or our mandate and extend it to this, and then you write a proposal to the minister, Minister, we can assist you if our mandate can be extended to this level so that we play our role more in a more helping the country more. Rather than on saying,
Thank you very much.
Our constitution, our mandate goes up to here, and then we cannot do other stuff.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Honorable Lonze.
No, thanks, Chair. I think I had some notes here, but Honorable Christians touched on a very important discussion around public training facilities versus private training facilities. So I'd want to know from QCTO if you were to say by percentage and also by the amount of money that government spends, what would you say goes towards private and then what goes towards a public in our cities?
Chair, that's a difficult one to answer for the seaters. But I would say that from where we're coming with the pre-2009, a lot of the funds were actually directed towards the private. It's only now that there's a move towards the TVETs and the CETs. But to give you the exact, breakdown of the percentage I certainly would not be able to do that. Certainly from the QCTO point of view, we've been spending almost 60 to 70, 80% of our budget on private providers. But over the last 4 or 5 years, we've had to shift that funding to the TVET and CET colleges, which, by the way, introduces another challenge, Chair, that we then accused of using the CETA levy grant as cross-subsidization, which is a matter that also needs to be addressed. Thanks, Chair.
Would you say it's because our public training centers, they don't have the capacity that the private ones have? Or what would you say leads to spending more money on the private side than the public?
Chair, simple response to that. In our public system, it's too bureaucratic. There's too much of red tape that you got to cross. Private providers do not have all of that bureaucracy and red tape, and hence they are able to just get up and run when there's a new qualification or a policy change. In the public, you're going to have to wait for your funding model to be changed. You've got to wait for capacity development, etc. And we need to work on that fast if we want to really shift the system towards public. Thank you, Chair.
So if you were to explain it to an ordinary South African who doesn't understand much, how quickly does it get done in the private, then how slow is it in the public? Just give an example maybe of one training center where if they just do this, it moves in the private side of things, then it delays on the public.
Chair, I can refer to my earlier example. Mechatronics was developed, private AIDC took it on in 3-4 weeks because they were part of the development process. TVET colleges, we're 6 years down the line, we're still waiting.
Hey, that's a problem. But we're having them on the 20th again. Yeah, I think we need to look into that, Chair. It's very problematic. I mean, private training provider does it in 3 weeks. TVET takes six years. And if you remember, when we visited one of the TVETs in Pretoria, they were teaching curriculum of 20 years ago or something ridiculous like that. But thank you for that, CEO. I think we'll go deeper into that when you come back. I had a question earlier on about the skills program, short programs. I don't know if you still remember it or you want me to. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think we must. The skills program is not only at the lower levels of our NQF. It's not only at levels 1, 2, and 3. Those have a specific purpose for the communities where there's been little to no education. We also have skills programs at level 5, 6, 7, and 8. So let me give you one example. You can go into the communities now and you'll find somebody doing welding. They're making burglar bars, they're making gates, etc. That we're turning into a skills program so that at least you get a certificate to say, and you call that arc welding. But somebody who has the potential is able then to move to do stainless steel welding, which is a bit more intricate. And if you can continue, so the design of the skills programs is one stacks onto the other, so that you can eventually get a full qualification and be a fully fledged welder meeting international codes. So there might be the few that are standalones, but the skills programs stack either horizontally or vertically. And it's credit bearing, so which means nothing's lost. You get credit for what you've done, and it contributes towards the next level and your qualification.
Well, what would your assessment be of the CET colleges, like in terms of their impact in our communities? I mean, you just explained a nice scenario where you've got someone who
maybe learned how to weld on their own, then you are able to come in, teach them and give them certification. How impactful would you say our CET colleges? Because many of us get the sense half the time we don't even know what they're doing. We're told that they are housed in high schools, they don't have infrastructure, you find them after school. They've also got a very low budget, I think, compared to other departmental entities.
So, Chair, yeah, there is a transition from them finishing schools to becoming real community education training colleges. And those obviously where they have the resources and they've applied for accreditation from the QCTO if they meet the requirements they have. One of the proposals that we did make to the department was that these CET colleges, instead of still sitting at the schools where there's no equipment, they should form partnerships with the nearest TVET college where the equipment does lie. It might be basic equipment, but it will be sufficient for the skills program that should be offered at that particular CET college. But there's some investment happening through the CETAs into CET colleges called skill centers, and that's a model that we're using to drive this in the communities at CETs.
Okay, no, it's fine, Chair. Let me not. I'll abuse you on NSFAS.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo. At least you know that you are abusing. Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me also maybe start with the QTCO. When I go through your mandate, it speaks of overseeing the design, implementation, and assessment and certification of occupational qualification. And I would like to get your understanding, in fact, your role. We've got a lot of students who are sitting and complaining that they have not been receiving their certificates after the completion of a particular program, especially from private providers. What then becomes your role in resolving that problem as a person who oversees the certification? Can you just check with that one?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me just indicate that the QCTO is currently running two processes. The one is the legacy qualifications in the bulk. And yes, there will be a backlog of certification. And the primary reason, as I explained earlier, would be how quick the learner results move from the trade center to the CETA to NAM and then National Artisan Moderating Body to QCTO. There's a backlog there. Our audited result shows that we turn it around in 5 days, but the policy gives us 21 days. In terms of the occupational qualifications that the QCTO is putting out, there's a backlog also developing there, and I have to be upfront about that. So in terms of those qualifications, the backlog is on the resulting process because it is a completely new assessment model. As I indicated, moving away from the portfolios to now having an external integrated summative assessment. The system needs to be reconfigured to offer that assessment and then to do the assessment and submit the results for certification.
No, thank you very much, CEO. I'll stop you as and when I realize that you are responding to my question. Based on your response, I'm not sure what is your role in resolving that problem. Because at the end of the day, that challenge creates an impediment towards the development or the success of a learner. So I'd want you to clarify that part, because the backlog, like you have indicated, I believe that you've got a role in resolving that backlog. Secondly, aligned to your response, you spoke of the approval of occupational programs. Myself, I'm from the Northwest Province in the deep rural areas of Dr. Rutsugo. And every time we visit that campus, we are told, Mr. Nguban from CITAS, I think you are aware, we're told that the process of approval of accreditation for occupational programs has not been completed, and it is QTCO. I would like to check with you, what is your turnaround time on responding to occupational programs accreditation? That would be my first part. In fact, the first part was the role on resolving the issue of backlogs. Secondly is the turnaround time. I've made reference of town campus in particular. Mind you, in one of the reports Deputy Minister provided by Organization of Colleges, it indicated that these occupational programs are being implemented at town campus in particular. But during our oversight visit, you get to the campus, you are told that there is no occupational program being implemented. When you reach out to the department, they'll tell you that they are awaiting the approval of QTCO. That's why I want to check what is your turnaround time in responding to that, but with specific reference to Taung campus in particular. How far are you in resolving the matter and the role in resolving the backlogs? Because at the end of the day, it impacts on the success of the learner. I'll stop there for QTCO.
Thank you. So the role in terms of backlog of certification, as soon as we pick up that there's a backlog anywhere, we initiate a project to get it done. To give you one example, we had a backlog where we identified the construction seater. They did not know how to process it. We actually went and brought all of the documents together with their staff to the QCT officers, processed that and issued those learners with their certificates. So where there's a backlog in the system, we actually regard it as a particular project. With regards to the accreditation of providers, and especially when it comes to TVET colleges, one of the biggest issues we had was around the occupational health and safety certificate. Is why a provider wouldn't get that. But I think in terms of this particular college that you're referring to, they were not applying for a occupational qualification, the new one. They were still applying for the legacy trades, which they have until June of 2026 that they could still apply for. They were asking for accreditation for those. And if my recollection is correct, that happened in October 2025, and it is still with the National Artisan Moderating Body to make a recommendation to the QCTO. But through you, Chair, I will give you the full details in writing. I think that's just what I can recollect at the moment for that.
I'm worried on your response because these are two contradictory responses from the same department. Because the report that we received in terms of the approval of accreditation that is with the QTCO was from the same department. So I'd prefer that we give us probably a detailed reporting, but in reference to that town campus. The last issue on, I'm worried that I've indicated that you are from the rural areas of Dr. Rutsomo. Most of your operations are done in Johannesburg or urban areas. I would like to check with you in terms of service providers that are located within the rural areas, and I'll tell you what are the implications of this. In most cases, when programs are to be implemented in rural areas, you'd get that the service provider would be piloted from Johannesburg, and the argument would be that there is no provider in those rural areas. It is for that reason I would like to check with you in terms of your APP plans. How are you responding to that issue of service providers who are located in rural provinces, especially areas where in most cases you are not operating? You will tell me that we've got presence in the northwest, but you will tell me of Klerksdorp and Mafikeng. And I'm asking you of deep rural areas where you cannot drive in for less than 3 hours from Mafikeng.
Chair, it's a valid question, but the QCTO is not responsible to establish the center. The QCTO will accredit a center that applies for accreditation. So if there's a center that establishes itself there and applies for accreditation, we will do the necessary. But it's definitely not in the QCTO's mandate to go and establish a particular center.
I think the question from Honorable Khabo is that entities have got a responsibility. One, when I started, I said the reason why we take these meetings of APP serious is that one, an APP that we put here, we must be able to show that one is going to have an impact directly in communities. It's our responsibility to do so. Two, we must be able, when we live here, to say, this is what an APP, so one of your APPs is to accredit. And his question is, how do you then ensure that those who are accredited also comes from peripheral places in our country? And you can't say, from a transformational point of view, you can't say it's not our responsibility to accredit or to help accredit, because your APP should then say, as we speak, those who are accredited for occupational programs are from urban areas. It is our intention for transformational purposes to go to rural areas and help establish centers that of people that can be accredited, because you are intentional about transformation. So that's the question where it comes from. Maybe you'll bring a comment on that one.
Chair, we as a QCTO, we're going to have people that are now based in the provinces, so that there's quicker access, because at the moment QCTO only operates out of Pretoria. So we're hoping that if we can extend our footprint, these issues start to get addressed, in a quicker turnaround time. But again, we can go in and assist and provide the advice, capacity building, etc. But the actual center, we cannot go and fund the development of a center. Maybe what you're asking, Chair, is we'll have to work together with the CETAs where they have that funding and ask the CETA that, yeah, we've identified an area, let's go in and let's build a center or a training center. I think for me that will be my response.
Yeah, so when I started the meeting, I made an example about Prof. Lolwana, if you remember. I said, Prof. Lolwana, as the chair of SACO at the time, and may her soul rest in peace, she used to say, one of the profound things that I've taken from her was that she would say, when we develop national qualification framework, she would say, how does this framework change the life of people in the deepest of our villages? And I said to you guys, when you present this, members are going to ask, how does this APP respond to the people's needs? And I don't think it's correct to say that we don't have money. We're in the system. You see, this thing of not having coordination in the department is very problematic, because there will be no one who will be able to teach these occupational courses in these colleges if they are not accredited by you. Now you become a big player in the system. And we're saying your APP should be able to say, this is how we're going to help people who are in rural areas. Because we do have TVET colleges deep in rural, in King Hintsa, for an example, in the Eastern Cape. We have one in Follows in Kandla. We have one in the Northwest, Dr. RSM, deep rural. We have one in Pumalanga, Bosiabuswa, in the Free State, deep Free State. So because there will be people, in fact, we have every TVET college in every district. Some of them far-flung areas. Now, how are you as QCTO? Because even the minister, by the way, has spoken extensively about having or shifting the focus for increasing access to TVET colleges. So QCTO will become the center of this thing. Now the question is, we have not done it correctly. Well, how are we going to make sure that in these far-flung areas, we do have capable people? The answer should have been, we have not seen it that way earlier, but we are going to cooperate with some CETAs and NSF from a funding point of view, so that in these areas, indeed, we are able to help people to apply for accreditation to take these matters or for implementation of these matters. You want to say something, sir?
Yes, Chair. I think I must just respond that in terms of how you just phrase things, we have conducted 3 rounds of capacity building initiatives across every single TVET college, whether it's rural or urban. We've visited all of them 3 times already to tell them this is an occupational qualification, this is what you need, this is how you're going to offer it, this is what you will require. They will then apply us for accreditation. So we've done that 3 times across the country, every single TVET college. And we've just completed a round of provincial roadshows for all of the private skills development providers in each of the provinces as well. So I think we just need to build on that initiative, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Howard, your time was done. You wanted to do a follow-up on this one.
No, Chairperson, I wanted to make a follow-up based on the response of the CEO in relation to the accreditation of private providers. The one related to occupational programs in TVET colleges, it's understandable, is the response. But part of my question is what you are emphasizing. I don't hear the CEO responding to it. Probably one would recommend that the part of the APP that we need to focus on is how we decentralize this QTCO. And when we speak of decentralization of it in particular, speaking of responding to challenges at deep rural areas. And I want to put it to you, I've got records of what we have been doing nationwide, but it's not located in rural areas. And my area of concern was rural areas and small towns. And part of my submission was to inform you that I know when you tell me of Northwest, you'll tell me of Klerksdorp or Mafikeng. And that's not where majority of our people are located. And that is my main argument on the decentralization of QTCO. Meaning in the new financial year, QTCO must be able to tell us how do they find expression in all provinces and in all districts like we have presented. Thank you very much, and my apology.
Just, I went outside now to call the DG because we had agreed with them for 2:15. It's 3:15 now. Now they are making me look like somebody who lied. So he says they are on their way. He said 10 minutes. It was 3 o'clock. He said 10 minutes, so he should have been here at 10 past. So I'm just letting you know that we're only left with 2 members before they are supposed to come here. So those closer to them, please. Yeah, Honorable Souls.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe before you start my time, for those who
for those who did not hear, for those who did not hear, Honorable Sazana comes and says, I just had to go and fetch NSFAS. Honorable Souls.
Chair, for those watching and those listening to us who doesn't understand this committee's humorous side of our inside jokes, I must stress that despite our robust but healthy political contestation between the mighty PA and the outgoing DA in Cape Town, you know, the GNU is very, very, very much intact and strong. I must just stress that. Just now I'm on the news for saying the GNU is not intact. By a lack of resources. End of quote. So how many research reports out of the 4 produced and published on your website is on racial transformation? Because of time, maybe just give me the number. CHE, anyone?
Thank you, Honourable Member. So the CHE publishes an annual report called Vital Statistics. And that report is a statistical report that provides participation numbers in higher education, disaggregated along race, population group, gender, and so on. So that's a regular report that's provided.
Yeah, I think based on the comment that you've made, I'm more looking at a research paper or something like that on transformation that, you know, so
We haven't published in this last year a report that specifically focuses on the racial participation of population groups and issues around it.
Yes, on your website, the only report that's there is a case study published in 2004, and a white paper that was published in 1997. So I'm trying to figure out what has this lack of resources impeded when it relates to transformation.
So it has impeded our ability to take forward the transformation monitoring mandate to its full extent, including undertaking the kind of research that you are pointing to. If we had the resources in place, the funds in place, we could be undertaking the research that's being alluded to.
Yes.
Currently, we are trying to build an approach to transformation monitoring within our existing mandates of quality assurance.
Yes, but you can't say progress has been impeded because nothing has been done around that, except for the statistical one you've spoken about now. But if we talk about the research, there's nothing on your website about that.
So there is a report that was produced last year on curriculum transformation. So
I'm specifically dealing with racial transformation and the transformation framework that is coming. But I want us, the reason why this is important is when we are honest about what we are doing about transformation, we can then work from that point. So I see no progress or intentionalism around it. And that's the reason why I'm asking to say I'm excited about the framework, but it's still coming. Up to this point, nothing really has been done tangibly and intentionally, and that must change. Do we agree?
yes, I think as soon as we can get the resources in place and have the capacity, our intention is to fully focus on this mandate and to take forward it strongly.
Out of the 4 advisory notes to the minister that you mentioned, how many of the advisory notes to the minister is on racial transformation?
This relates to the question that we've just answered. So our advice to the minister will always be based on research. So if we haven't yet undertaken solid research around racial transformation, we haven't yet provided substantive advice to the minister on this.
Okay, so you haven't advised the minister on racial transformation. And that's the point I'm making, to say this is such a major issue. And we've been dealing with it since last year. We've been hampering on it. And yet there's not been advice with evidence given to the minister. We need to take this extremely serious. We agree?
We agree.
So, seeing that there's been no advice given to the minister on the issue of transformation, racial transformation in our institutions, if you have to advise him now, what exactly would you tell him around who the term African in particular should refer to?
So the CHE, in its engagement with the sector and in its research and its collection of data, looks at the term African in terms of the population group. So we talk about African, colored, Indian. When we talk about black, it's inclusive of African, black African, colored, and Indian. Otherwise, we disaggregate talking. So our statistics in our vital stats and in reports would refer to, for example, participation of black African, participation of colored, participation of Indian, and participation of white.
Are you saying you would advise the minister that colored and Indian should be considered and defined in policy as African in particular?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that we have a definition of black.
Now, I understand
which
that.
includes.
So now I want to know, why would you not advise the minister that coloreds and Indians are African in particular?
We use the categories that are actually commonly used in the country at present to present the picture. We haven't done a particular piece of research or we haven't consulted, we haven't taken a position on whether we would advise a minister that coloured and Indian are African.
That's my problem. Because your role is to look at what's there, do research, then advise the minister. So you need to have a position. And you need to do research on the subject and advise the minister. I put it to you. Advise the minister that Indian South Africans, colored South Africans, and white South Africans should be considered African in this country.
Honourable Member, I can't answer you directly on that. I'm saying that if we were able to have the resources in place, the capacity in place, and we are able to give sufficient focus and attention to this issue, we'd be able to engage deeply with it and we'd be able to provide the appropriate advice. At the point we are at present, this is something that hasn't been able to be taken forward substantively at the CHE so that we give advice that is supported by evidence.
No, thank you very much. Chair, you wanted to add something there?
Yes, thank you, Chair. To say that this mandate, it's something that's new that the minister has asked us in the last 2 years, but it didn't translate into budget. So we are struggling to be able to do some of this work when we do not have the budget. And CHE already is struggling with the baseline budget that we do have, and we would love to do the work if we are given the resources. So I think maybe that's one of the things that this committee should look into, to say, how do we do the work if we do not have the resources? Or if it's something that is burning, that the committee, as they discuss with the National Treasury, to say this is something that needs to be funded. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Low.
Thank you very much. Let me start with the Council of Higher Education. I see here you are saying, I think last time, Chair, when Council of Higher Education was here, we did make an indication or highlight on the authority or enforcement and compliance as a key risk of matter. Now, their APP realized that they've got limited legal authority, and we've raised it in the previous committee when they were, I'm saying it again. Now, I would want to know what steps have they taken to address this matter ever since they left the committee, and also while they are going to answer, are they legislative amendments they are busy with or proposed to enforce their powers? Because it can't be time and again they come, they don't have to move and act. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Member. So it's not for us to change the legislation in the country. The Higher Education Act is what governs the mandate of the CHE broadly. The Higher Education Act is currently under review. The CHE is going to be making input on the Higher Education Act through the mechanisms that are afforded to us. I think we must also make it clear that, and I've indicated in the input before, that oversight and custodianship of the higher education sector is a shared responsibility. And for all the requirements to be put on, the careful of what mandates are given to the CHE so that the CHE can do a quality job in delivering on those mandates. But wherever we see a gap in terms of enforcement, I think we have to look at the ecosystem of how enforcement happens and talk to where the lack of enforcement is and strengthen that, rather than saying the CHE should step in and take that on.
Chair, when you say you are still yet to communicate on the amendment of the Act, is it not closed? Because the last time I checked the Higher Education Act, is it still opened? I'm asking this because if you remember last time, we did make mention of to say what becomes your part. I understand it's not your work, but you are part of the portfolio committee of higher education as an entity. So what becomes your proactiveness in putting into effect, because you are dealing with the day-to-day operational issues, either strategic, either otherwise. So I would not want to accept an answer that says, no, the head must see to it. You must take efforts. You must make sure that you are proactive in making sure that you become proactive and you are effective with regard to that. In your day-to-day meetings that are strategic, it's expected that you must come with mechanism that says, we've been doing this. it is not working for ourselves. We want to amend, and I think for us to do this, we would need to put into this effect. So I think we should look onto that so that we don't time to time when we must deal with critical issues. We therefore refer to say we don't have enforcement powers. We are waiting for this particular body. It's time that we act. It's time that South Africans know that why we are a Council of Higher Education. It's time that we become proactive and we respond to the needs of our students, because if there are loopholes in all of these entities, they create a conundrum to the Department of Higher Education. Hence, there can be compliance in terms of capacity and limitations. So I would want us to agree that let's work on making sure that on our part, if we are the ones suffering, let it be that we are the ones making efforts and we put into effect, as per our reviews from our strategic planning, from every of our engagements, would know what are the hindering issues and would know how to properly align our indicators. So that was just to say, let's go and look onto it. I don't think it would be proper that you'll comment. The other part that I want to ask about, I see that why do some of the targets decline over time? For example, your ICT operational plans, they drop from 90 to 80%. In your communication activities, they also drop from 100% to 80%. I would like to know, does the signal capacity constraints or recalibration of expectations? What informs this the decline in terms of your performance, in terms of your line items?
So there's no decline in performance. If you consider last year and this year, the targets are roughly the same in terms of ICT targets and communication and stakeholder relation targets. We provide some leeway in the targets because of, as you say, capacity constraints and the possibility that, there are just things that happen in the sector that limit the ability of the CHE to achieve 100%. So there's a little bit of cushion that we provide. We aim, obviously, for 100%. We don't aim to achieve 80%. And we'd love as much as possible to report at the end of the year on a 90, 95, or even 100% achievement.
As per the SMART principles, it is quite enormous that as you plan higher. So when you fall in a better percentage. Chairperson, I want to agree with you, but if you look onto the ICT, as per your target planning, I would want to understand you are saying you will not reach the 100% based on your risk mitigating factors that you could have looked at. But in the ICT, because it is critical, we are transiting and we are digitalizing, and more so in terms of your institution that is dealing with other institutions of higher education. It is quite enormous that you set your target and you put your risk factor so that you are able to attain what you want to attain. So I'll advise that in making sure, in planning, would not want to be based on circumstances, but planning should be based on the fact that you are proactive as you align your key indicators. Your key indicators will be informed by your review of your performance in as a department, more so when you're critical and essential department like ICT. ICT is critical. I'm saying this because most of the time your data is captured there. You should record all your important things and communicate accordingly as very essential. As very essential. So lastly, while the chair, not wasting your time, I want to ask we also ask about this, and I think the members who have asked it. There's a target for private high institutions data submission that is 90%. Despite past volatility, what enforcement or support mechanism ensure compliance with that? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. So the target, as you say, is 90%. It's an increase from a previous years where it was much lower. The higher education's private higher education system is a system that changes all the time. We have new institutions coming in at different times. So we build their capacity to submit the data. It'll never be the case that we'll get 100% of the data in a particular year because of, for example, a new institution entering in a particular year. So we might have 150 institutions, 149 have been operating for a particular time and they submit the data. So I think the issue is our targets have to be smart, and the R in smart means realistic. So what are realistic targets that we can achieve, taking into account contextual issues and so on? And can we explain those contextual issues? When we say 100%, it must be realistic that we have a chance of achieving 100%. When we can see that there are potential challenges and there are system constraints and there are things outside of the full control of the CHE, we have to be realistic in the targets that we set.
Okay. we have, Deputy Minister, we have cases of programs that are not accredited. There's a dental problem, dental studies here at CPUT. I think I've had almost 10,000 emails from medical students across the country about certain programs of theirs not been for these programs to be accredited, because it means they are studying for some things that they are unable to be accredited for from these institutions. On this program, I've not seen a program, Dr. Green, that says we want to approve 5 courses across South Africa that are currently being taught but are not accredited. And the department or CHE can say they don't know this, because the department should know. I've seen on the emails. It's a matter that has been happening for some time. Director General, before I ask them, why is such a target not here? I said when I started, an APP is an opportunity for us to interrogate the plans of the year of entities. And these plans, you must demonstrate to us that they are going to change lives of our people out there. I want you to respond. Why aren't we having, because my assumption is that CIG presented to the department and the department accepted this APP. When the department knows that we do have programs like this, there are many who are being taught at our universities, specialized programs, but there's a problem of accreditation. And I'm making an example of 2. There's one of medical student association or union that they keep writing to me from Sfako Makhato University. Then we've got one that have written to me also here from DUT of a dental something. So take us through, DG. Why do we have this thing?
I'll do so. Yes. Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's a problem that has been sitting with us, as you have observed quite correctly, and we've tried to resolve it. But it's not a kind of a problem that can be resolved by the Department of Higher Education on its own. It requires the Department of Health to be, because they hold the key, because it is their entities that must support evidence that CHE can recognize. So by that time, on their own, CHE cannot accredit that program unless it is agreed upon by the organizational, because they are members of professional associations that must approve, particularly the practical side of the dental programs that are offered. They have tried to do so. So what as a department we have done is to initiate meetings with the Department of Health to do so, that have not succeeded. We have met with the Department of Health, but we have not agreed on their demands to these programs. We have the cooperation of our universities regarding what they feel is reasonable, and we want to table it. And what the minister did in the past was to establish a kind of a technical team that looks into this matter. Now Minister Manamela has requested the DMs to look into re-establishing that committee that will lead to some kind of agreement about what the programs of these. I spoke to, the technical people. They were actually not impressed by the standards held by our own institutions regarding this program. So it's a matter that is located within professional organizations that requires an intervention at a higher level than just administrative levels.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Chair, I think it's on different.
Okay, because it was saying seat 25 and seat 50 here. Somebody had put their mic on. So you can go.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Chair, I think it's on different levels, and as the DG says, we've started the process, and we seem to be agreeing with the Minister of Health that the matter needs to be attended to. And the Minister of Health has started with the discussion with the Dental Council. He did meet with the Dental Council, and the issue was on two levels with the Dental Council. One was on the level of the what you call it, where they do the practicals, the laboratory. It was on the laboratory side where all these institutions, all the technical universities do their practicals, the accreditation of that. Two, it was on the who then does that practicals. Is it the university or is it the council itself? They made an example of who then takes responsibility if somebody put your tooth and then they put the tooth wrong. Is it the university or is it the doctor that did the tooth wrong? Because it's not the university. It's going to be the council that actually is responsible for ethical part of making sure that the practice that is done in that exercise when they put whatever dentures, it's done correctly. So we were at that process now of saying, okay, fine. Let's then accredit. Let's look at the accreditation of the laboratories. Who does that? Once we've passed that, then the council. What then becomes the work of the council? What then becomes the work of the university? What then becomes the work of the council, the CHE? Because there's two laws. There's Council for Higher Education, which is the higher education which the university give you your diploma or your degree, but the degree does not allow you to practice until you then go through the practice that say yes, you can actually do the practice. So that's the stage where we were at. Unfortunately, we were so much we were 1% into agreement of finalizing this matter before the students decided to go to court, and the university and the CPUT decided to go to court, and we've now stopped the processes. For instance, the council was going to go to CPUT to then go to see the laboratory so that then they can give the certificate of accrediting. So I think what we are doing now, there is the technical report that is going to be tabled, Chair. Probably what we might need then to do is that once we've done that work, we might then need to come back to the committee and actually brief you on all the steps that we are doing with the Department of Health. But what we've also undertaken now to do is to say, is there a conflict between the two laws? The law between the Department of Health and between the Department of Higher Education and training, these two laws. So that's where we are at the moment, as well. We're waiting for a technical committee to analyze these two laws and then come back to us with the Minister of Health. We're meeting next week to see that. But we are at a very difficult time because we don't know now what to discuss and what not to discuss because these matters are now in court.
Yeah, so that's a very nice explanation. Very nice explanation that tells us that government wants to take 10 years to resolve it. The students went to court because they've long brought this thing to yourselves as the department and you have not resolved it. No, you have taken too long. Let me tell you, there were people who were not in the pipeline when these matters were brought before you. Those people have graduated. They were not in the pipeline. They were in grade 11 when these matters were brought before you. I'm making an example. Now, these people get into the pipeline, they graduate, and the departments say, no, we're discussing, maybe it can be. So we have we have argued extensively that we must have one policy, DG, one government, one policy. And what is the purpose of having this thing? It's so that when there is some conflict in between Department of Health and Higher Education, we go to the principal policy that says this is how we're going to resolve this problem. Because I've got a problem where government takes so long to resolve a problem. It's as if we've designed government to be a tortoise. It must take, you know, when a program must be implemented, we are told that there's something called memo. Yeah, government, there must be a memo. Do you have a memo CFO to sign there? Memo. Memo comes from who? It must go to the DG who must sign. And the DG is a very serious person in the department. They don't sign. You send something there. If it comes back to you within 2 months, it's a miracle. Departmental officials are celebrating. Did you sign it in 2 months? There's a party, right? And then they will tell you, no, it must go. Now it needs a ministerial approval. If it comes back to you in 4 months, you are lucky. There's a party, right? So this thing, how government has been designed, it's not assisting us. Because in the process, these numbers that we're talking about are human beings, and they are worried. And if they go to court, I'm sitting here, I don't know why I should blame them for wanting to take matters into their own hands. Because I've seen on the emails, they've written to yourselves, they've written to the ministers, they've written to ourselves. And if they don't see, the least we could have done, if we were 1% close to resolving this problem, we could have included it in our APP that, no, if we were confident, it will be on our APP that says by end of March 2027, we are confident that we are going to achieve this thing. But we did not include it in this thing because you are saying there's this issue with Department of Health. The second issue, and I know Honorable Lonzi raised his hand, the second issue is these things of cancers. Cancel, the health cancer, the dental cancer, the what cancer. Because these cancers themselves, by the way, we are going to have a conversation. We're going to try and get all of them to come. Because we're saying want to make an argument to them that we agree you must exist. Engineering cancer, medical cancer, we agree you must exist because you must legislate that process, the sector where you are. But I've just qualified, I come from Alexandra, and I've just qualified as a nurse. The nursing council says I can't work if they've not given me a certificate that I must pay for. And I don't have that. I've been NSFAS funded student. I was a SASA fund beneficiary. I get, by the grace of God, NSFAS has paid on time, I graduate. Now I must now struggle to get employment in my clinic, in my community, because the nursing council says I must pay this 5,000 for registration. I'm making an example. They must not sue me saying I said they must pay. I know for lawyers, they want 6,000, LPC. They want 6,000. Just for you to be able to produce papers that I've qualified to do. So we are going to have a conversation with them on this thing. But even I don't understand why these ones wants to accredit. It can't. So we were not. So the question was, why is these things? Because I said an APP must make an immediate impact in the lives of our people. So we've got this cohort now. So we're saying this year we're not going to help them because they are in court. So we're now shifting the blame to them, which is, no, I know that's not what we're saying. But as I'm sitting at home, listening to you, saying we were 99% done, just 1%, and then they went to court. Now we can't do anything. That can't be. Because even if they're in court, no. Don't put Honorable Lonzi. No. So you and Department of Health can still finalize and then approach these people and say, I'll give you DG. And approach these people and say, we have resolved your matter. Maybe you might need to withdraw the court case. But if the matter is in court between the students and CPUT, it does not stop you from a ministerial level between the Minister of Higher Education and the Minister of Health and the Department of Higher Education to resolve the problem. Because when the court finalizes there, the court will likely come and say, you guys finalize this law so that you still need to do what you are supposed to do now. In any case, I don't see any other outcome. The court will either dismiss and say, let's give the departments to finalize, or they will enforce and say, go and do it. In any case, the outcome will be departments resolve this problem so that we are on the same page. DG, I'm going to give you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I actually think that it must be clear to the committee that
get closer to the mic. We're
that
recording.
we don't
People are
disagree
saying they
with
can't hear you.
Because I think this argument is not just technical. It affects the lives. Now, what are we managing as government? As government, what we are managing is that out there, it must not appear as if, as government, we abuse our power to force professional organizations to agree on lower standards that, in their mind, would then, undermine the currency of the certificates that they are getting. In the center of this issue, that's the matter. The problem, and what is the problem? Problem is that all of these professional organizations are legislated departmentally, which therefore means in your own department, you can't fix it on your own without the other department agreeing. It's also not an administrative issue because these entities are established such that they report directly to ministers, which therefore means if you want to sit with them, first you must go through that process. And we've done that. And that's what the minister is saying, that on the side of the department, and I must also say the Department of Health has been cooperating, in getting us to sit, but they can't force their own professional organizations to agree with us on what are the technical or mechanisms that needs to be followed. So DG, I'm sorry, Chair, you are correct in your assessment and analysis. And we will appreciate your hand in helping us to actually get everyone who needs to sit. We are ready for that because we understand that your views are legitimate. And may I also say that within these councils, there are also men and women that understand us and that would love to agree, but they've got to be made to sit in an environment where they are able to. I've sat with people. We've dealt with the issues of doctors, affected by Ukrainian war, Russia and Ukrainian war. Many of these youngsters come to South Africa. All we wanted was that we gave them an opportunity to do practicals and work within our institutions, but we could not do so even after we had convened the deans of medicine to agree with us that we absorb them temporarily because they already in their own standards agreed on what mechanisms needs to be followed in this. For example, there are standards, there are ceilings that are established in terms of the numbers you need to produce in a particular year. And those are the things which we want to fix. And as a department, we haven't sat and looked at it and appreciated it. We've done something about it. That's why we are revising the law. And that's why we've urged our constituencies to make submissions to us so that we change the law. That's why the process for review of our legislation is so important. But unfortunately, when it comes to this matter, even our own legislation is not going to legislate further beyond the boundaries of PSET. We will still have to convince our colleagues in other departments to do so.
Thank you, DG. We do understand that part. Honorable Msazana, is that a follow-up?
No, Chair, I had requested for your indulgence to make a submission before I leave. I'm rushing to the airport by 6. I have a flight.
Yeah, let's finish this point. Honorable, I'll come to Honorable Sols. Is there a follow-up on this point?
Yes, Honorable Chair. I just want to add, I think that same kind of commitment from the department for such a sit-down should be for racial transformation as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Sols. Honorable Lonzi, you needed to...
Yeah, I think I'll be quick, Chair, because you raised it, that although we sympathize with the frustration of the DM, but I don't think the court process should stop the department's processes in trying to resolve the matter, because I think I didn't like the statement that because there's a court process, now we don't know what to do. I think the department must try by all means to seek to resolve the matter. It may even save us money, because if you can resolve the matter before the finalization of the court process, both parties may agree to actually remove the case off the roll. So please, DM, don't stop. Pursue that and try to resolve it, even if the students have gone to court, which I agree with Chair that we can't really blame them because this matter has taken so long.
Well, thank you very much. We'll close it that way. Because this one question of mine took so long, I'll leave the rest. Because I want to give members an opportunity to engage in as fast. They made me to call you DG. They said, Chair, you lied to us. You said the DG will be at 2:15, and it was already 3:15. So they were thinking I'm lying. But some of the issues CHE that will engage with is that there are, you said you have about 150 or so private institutions that you have accredited. Some of them write to us and say that within CHE, if Patrick Sishi's company, Patrick Sishi's institution applies for, let's say, education program, they apply put everything in January 2026. CHE with the people in the department, it takes so long. But when Tebo Kholitsie's institution comes in September 2026, in December 2026, Tebo Kholitsie's institution has been accredited on the same program that Patrick Sish's program has not been accredited. And I know you understand audit because you do audits on on all institutions. So when we come and write to and say, we have maybe on this program, tell me in the past 5 years who applied when and when did you approve them. I don't want you to give me raw data. That doesn't make sense. So it means when you write, you'll say, this will be on the row, the first row will be names of institutions I've accredited on this course, on this one course that we'll be asking you about for the past 5 years. So you'll write them. Then you say this was the date, the second row will be the date of application or submitted application. You put dates there. 1 January 2024, 20 March 2023, whatever. Then at the following row, you will say, this is when we approved this qualification. And I'm asking you, so I'm telling you, and I'm a person of audit. You see, when I audit, I want data to speak for itself. Because I want to prove to you that we're talking about ethical leadership here, but it's not there. We're just playing about it. Because that is highly unethical for an institution to submit everything that you need, and then you decide to punish them. You don't accredit. It's highly unethical. And then somebody comes later, you then accredit. And I'm making an example with private institutions. Public, they've not really complained. Prof. Lewin, I see how you are looking at me now. They've not complained. But private institutions do write and say, you've got big problems. And then they make serious allegations. They say, no, it's because these ones, once they apply, because they are linked to leader ABC of this institution, their programs are getting approved regular than others. Now, you see now we're going to go into political statements being made instead of us being granular with facts. So, but we'll write to you to deal with that part. NSFAS, they are back. So I'm going to give, I had noted Honorable Msezana first, but he decided, we normally tell our people when they come that let's not make plans of leaving when we have big issues we must discuss. Now, Honorable Msezana comes to me now, and he says, I want to be, please note me number one, and I agreed. But now he wanted us not to finish. Members were already on the podium because time was against him. We can't, we must not have that tendency. I know QC2, you think you'll catch your flights today. You might not. So just, mentally fix yourself, extend your stay, book flights for tomorrow, because we always make a point. When you come here, we say we'll sit with you until 3. Your presentations, for an example, you take long. I decided to let you. Took long. The DG started with 25 minutes. I kept quiet. Then the deputy minister arrived at 10:05. She took 30 minutes. I kept quiet. So if there's anything that entities must cry about, it's with the ministry and the department. That they took your, the members have been very precise to the pen. So, Dr. Christians, would you, I know you like NSFAS, so I'd like to give you first to pose your questions. We have 10 minutes, no?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And also, if NSFAS can just be to the point and answer the question, because I have quite a few. So, Chairperson, I really just want to go back to what the Auditor General said last week. Now, the Auditor General warned us across the sector that there was strategic misalignment in the APPs of the HET, that there was regression in most of the targets. We've seen it now with NSFAS, regression. And that there was a focus on outputs and not on outcomes. We've also seen that with NSFAS. So really, the question is this APP and budget of NSFAS actually solving the problems of students in South Africa? Now, given the current governance crisis of NSFAS that we have, including the appointment of the administrator recently, the overlapping authority structures that we've seen in the Gazette that the Minister has released, involving the acting CEO, executive management, and even the possible legal action by board members that is now ongoing. So we are seeing an instability across the organization. And can this committee credibly assess the achievability of NSFAS's APP and budget, is my first question, when there is no clear line of accountability. Right now, we don't know who's accountable for the APP, we don't know who's accountable for the budget. And who ultimately then, to the DHET, is responsible for implementing this APP and budget? That is my first question.
Thanks, Dr. Christian. I think probably the DG is better placed to answer that question than I am.
Thank you, Chair. I beg your pardon. Can you please repeat your question?
DG, the APP, the achievability of the APP and the budget. There's no clear line of accountability within NSFAS at the moment.
Okay.
So who is accountable for ultimately implementing the APP and budget?
All right. Thank you.
Honorable Member, there is there's a gazette that has been published, and in that gazette it appoints an administrator. And the short answer to your question is that the administrator is actually responsible and accountable to ensure that that which has been presented to this committee is able to be achieved within the constraints that has been raised. I thought I tried to clarify earlier that the appointment of the administrator deals away with the issue of a CEO and an administrator. So the administrator is both the CEO and the board. To the extent that there was an acting CEO, that CEO today presented here with the express permission and authority of the administrator. And that is the reason why I sit here as of the 4th of May, as published.
Okay, Dr. Christians, I will give you, I've just paused your time. maybe let me give you the benefit of having a follow-up on this one first, but I've noted other members who also want a follow-up on this matter. As I give them, or you'll, Honorable Lonzi.
You see, the problem here, Chair, is that even though you had persuaded us to not come to this discussion because we are dealing with the APP, the prof, the administrator, whether wittingly or unwittingly, is inviting us to this discussion. And the problem is when he then puts things to the record, as members of parliament, we've got a responsibility to then speak to them. Because, Prof, if you read that same gazette on section 5, and this is the fundamental problem we have with that gazette, it may not necessarily be your problem because you are appointed and you didn't appoint yourself, is that while the minister gives the administrator those governance and managerial powers, in the same gazette, the minister then inserts, I would say it's a new section because I've not seen it in historical gazettes, where he speaks about continuity. And then under that section 5 that speaks about continuity, he then outlines certain roles within NSFAS that must still perform their functions according to the contractual obligations. He would cite the CEO, the CFO. I just don't have it with me now, but I'll look for it and I'll read it. But I'm sure you know it. So that's the problem we have here, Chair. And perhaps the meeting that we're going to have with the minister will be able to guide on this, because you've got an administrator that says, I'm in charge, essentially. But the minister that is, and it's not his fault, because the minister, if you read section 2, does actually give the professor those powers. But at the same time, he then takes them back on section 5 and says, no, but for the sake of continuity, these people must be able to play the various functions. So I find it to be completely contradictory, and it's quite problematic, and it may have the unintended consequences of creating some form of a power dynamic between the administrator and the CEO. Not by your own doing, Prof, and not by your own doing, CEO, but the Gazette itself presents those difficulties. So I thought I must make that point, Chair. And maybe we'll get time to deal with it when the minister is here. It's very unfortunate that the minister is not here. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll give you now, Honorable Law. Just to indicate, Administrator, that at the beginning of the meeting, I took long, struggling to contain members not to enter into this territory, because I knew that at the end of the day, even if we can speak about what the Gazette says, the interpretation will have different interpretations. And the person who should be able to be here to explain these things ultimately is the minister. And the reason why I fought for us not to have this discussion is because I was avoiding a situation of interpretation. So what Honorable Lons is talking about with what you've said, the problem with what you've just said to us on the record, Administrator, is on 2.3 of the Gazette. It says 2.31. Your role or powers and functions of the administrator is to assume responsibility for the governance and executive oversight of NSFAS during the period of administration. Ensure continuity of NSFAS operations, including funding decisions, appeals, disbursement, reconciliation, accommodation processes, stakeholder engagement, statutory reporting, and audit preparations. It layouts many other issues. But this is what you are saying you have been given powers of. But Section 5 of the same Gazette says, and I'm going to read Section 5.3, it says, the acting CEO, executive management, employees, contractors with the administrator to ensure continuity of service delivery. So this is on institutional continuity of the same Gazette. Now, the reason why I did not want us to enter into this thing is because personally I've read the Gazette and it was not prepared by you. So I wanted the author of the Gazette to defend it. So let's not enter into these things, because these things, in my view, and I'm not a lawyer, but these things, in my view, are communicating two different things. And I don't want us to enter into them. Now, let's wait for this meeting that we must have with the minister so that we are able to clarify. So let's not, so because our interpretation, I'll give you now, Honorable Law, our interpretations are going to drag us into something we don't want to go to now. Because now the meeting will be reduced to interpretation and views that, will leave our meeting without necessarily having a solution. Honorable Law, I'm sorry.
No, Chair, your role is to guide, clarify, and guide the meeting. I want to propose that the administrator, at this particular opportunity, can he take note, listen, and then participate when we think that is relevant, not for today, because I would prefer that there are processes that are going to take place. There should be a handover. We're still going to question, duplicate, inconsistency of the Act and the Gazette. If there are things that we want to go to, it will be a problem if we must indulge with them. So I propose in this meeting that he observe, take note, and then he will go and deal with the team after. We allow the acting CEO and the team to assist us with responses for now. So we don't dilute, because we'll go deeper to the issues, and then we'll end up leaving here around 2 a.m. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Souls. And Dr. Christians, I'm sorry, man. I know when it's your time. Ne?
Chair, why do you wait for PA to apologize to DA? I don't understand. Everyone else has spoken, you didn't apologize. Now it comes to me, you apologize.
I apologize to you as well.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Professor, we have great respect for you and your achievements and how far you've come. Sometimes wisdom is in the wait. The last person that didn't want to listen.
Thank you, Honorable Guban.
Yeah, Chair, I did say this initially again, Chair. It's only that maybe when we speak, it gets in here and go out here. That's my problem, Chair. I have a challenge with that. So, Honorable Christian is speaking about the same thing. I even said, we've had this situation before. We are back to square one. There was a young guy there who was a chairperson of a seat. I was excited by being a letter that he has even read, where we found out that he's wrongly appointed. We're back on the same situation where someone is excited, a letter is given an administrator, and then because the letter, a person doesn't know what is being contradicted, the laws there, and he says he's the CEO is here, the acting CEO is presenting, so which means today we have two CEOs. And I did, Chair, emphasize, and I think even Honorable is now emphasizing that can the administration quiet for today, and then let the acting CEO, because if he says he's acting is the CEO, what is the status of the current acting CEO if he's here? So can he just let whatever it is, the person who's here, to carry on with whatever duty that we are here for today? Because the more he explained himself, the more I said we are back to square one. on the contradictions. We've been there before.
No, thank you very much. I think the administrator has had. Dr. Christians, if you can continue with your questions.
Thank you, Chairperson. I promise I'm going to stick to the APP and budget now. But before I do that, I want to say that it was important for us to expose exactly the inconsistencies that we see here between the Act and the Gazette, because we've heard that there are deeply contradictory statements in the Gazette, and there are overlapping structures in your organization. And I mean, at the end of the day, we want the proper person to be accountable for NSFAS, 54 billion rand. So to the APP, now in your presentation, your APP confirmed that the funding will drop from 812,000 students in 2025-26 to approximately 744,000 in 26-27. Now, this is despite the fact that we know that there's a growing demand for more and more students needing money. Our financial situation, our economic situation in the country is declining, and obviously more and more students are in need of that. So, and the AG also confirmed that, you know, that is also problematic because more and more students need funding. We've also seen there that 14,000 are potentially ineligible students that were funded. We saw 87,000 flagged for academic eligibility issues. We saw the presentation say, although you had an explanation for that, although not sufficient, that 800 deceased beneficiaries were granted money. And these are all serious issues that we need answers for. And going forward, we, I think, are concerned that we will not be seeing an improvement in the system. So I think, first of all, can you give us a total rand value for the irregularities, the 800 deceased students, the 14,000 students that were ineligible, etc.? Is there any kind of rand value to those irregularities?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Dr. Christians. I wouldn't be able to put a rand value on it at this point in time because I think that there is investigative work that needs to be undertaken. So we would have done an initial investigation which suggests, and I think in the 14,000 we went into quite a considerable amount of detail to say we will run that against the SARS data and tells us if it gives us a different answer to the credit bureau data. Yeah. Obviously the AG has come to a different answer using things like UIF and CIPC, but that wasn't in the guidelines. So you can't say that that's the criteria that you applied, right? So I think once we've run it against the SARS data in the next couple of weeks, we'll be able to give you a number, and obviously we need to take a decision internally on those students here. You know, on the 8,000 students whose graduations were never declared to us, I mean, you're looking at somewhere in the region of about 800 million on that there. Now, it's a difficult question, but we have said to institutions, why shouldn't we recover this money from you? Because you had an obligation to declare the graduation to us, you didn't, and as a result, the student registered for a second qualification. And they were able to stay in the system for 9 months until you declared the graduation on him as here. So we do have that. Now, if you take the collective of all of these things, let's say the AG is correct about everything, which I'm not sure they are, but let's say they're correct about all of that, you're looking at about 2 billion rand, right? And if you remove, so that only covers 20% of the shortfall that you're facing. So yes, I fully agree, NSFAS needs to get that 2% incorrect decisions down to as close to zero as possible here. And that will save us quite a considerable amount of money. But it doesn't take away the issue around the fact that the policy itself is unsustainable to fund against the amount of funding we have. And therefore, government has to take a decision, a longer-term decision, that is not NSFAS's decision, about what is the sustainable funding model for the country. Because I fully agree with you. Now, students are doing better at basic education. We have a cost of living crisis in South Africa, and NSFAS can't sustain that. And part of our issues as an organization is the fact that the policy
affecting the way NSFAS is run. And I think that is a question that we'll take to the minister when he comes to us. So in any of these irregularities, are there any consequence management, any staff that has been held accountable as yet?
So let's again just interrogate what we're looking at, right? So we're saying that 14,000 financially ineligible students. I went back and checked those 14,000 students and said, based on the data available to my staff members, which and I wasn't there, but I'm saying me as the accounting officer, we went to them and said, did they make the right decision as they were expected to? And they did, because we said we will analyze data against the Credit Bureau data.
Just on a lighter note.
I knew.
Yeah, I hear you are saying data available.
The former
to you.
accounting officer.
You are saying you are accounting officer. The administrator just said it.
Apologies, Chair.
So that was on a lighter note.
So
I don't like tension.
So against the Credit Bureau data.
We're blessed, Chair. We have two CEOs.
And the decision that was made at the time was correct, right? And I think that's where the technicality comes in. And I want to. The AG is helping us because the AG is coming and saying, if we're looking at alternative data sources, we think that these students may have been incorrectly funded, right? And we're saying the legal advice we have is that we published a set of criteria, we analyzed against that criteria, and we reached a decision. Now, the best way to remedy this entire situation is to fix the relationship with SARS, because SARS, in my view, determines everybody's income in the country, except those in the illicit economy here. But everybody else should be in SARS. And I think that's the distinction that we need to make, is that once we have the SARS data, which we now do, then we need to make a decision against that. And that decision needs to be final, right? It can't be run, because I don't see a scenario where NSFAS has access to or are starting to make determinations about if your parents have 2 cars, but your income is less than 350. I don't know if we should be getting into those kind of semantics here. So I can't hold them accountable there. Similarly, on academic eligibility, the source or the root I see is that there were institutions who never declared student graduations. And that is why we're taking, we've written to them to start taking consequences against those institutions. Thanks.
Yeah, Acting CEO, that's exactly what I wanted to say now, is that, you know, when we speak about consequence, we can't just place the full burden on NSFAS. So certainly institutions have a large part to play. And would you say that decentralization will take away a lot of the issues that we are seeing here?
I think decentralization, in my view, will help to remediate some of the relationship issues that exist between institutions and NSFAS. I certainly think that. I think that will also further help to fix some of the issues between NSFAS and its own students here, right, in terms of dispute resolution and things like that there. But I must say, these issues, particularly financial eligibility and academic eligibility, is in my view, data exchange issues that we're facing, right? We've pretty much resolved the financial one because of the relationship with SARS. But if you still have institutions who, and we have this problem, right? Because let's even not take academic eligibility. I'm still dealing today, after the Reg portal has closed, with institutions who've not uploaded correct results for students. Some of them who never uploaded results for students. And that's an institutional failure, and we have to hold them accountable for doing that.
Yes, no, absolutely agree with that. I think we need to tighten controls, and obviously the systems need to improve. Just a last question on that, CEO. Why do you think it took so long for NSFAS to operate without SARS verification between 22, I think, and 25?
So this is my understanding. SARS is very strong on governance and compliance, right? And they treat taxpayer data very carefully. Now, when SARS grants you exchanges of data or grants you access to their database to be able to get the right type of data, they want to make sure that you have the controls in place to treat that data as confidentially as possible, that your system from an architecture and a security perspective cannot be penetrated so that that data becomes compromised, but equally at an individual level, that you aren't going to be, selling that data for monetization purposes or anything like that there. So we had to do a lot of work from a policy perspective, from a system development perspective, from an audit perspective. It was quite a comprehensive process that we went through, and I think at the end of it, SARS was happy. They sent us a letter at the start of January 2026 to say from here on, but of course it's not like that's the be all and end all. They'll want to see that we continue to keep those measures in place for the foreseeable future.
Okay, thank you very much. If we do have time, Honorable Christians will come back. Honorable Khabo.
Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity. Chair, I would like to plead with you for my 10 minutes. Can I also include some questions that are related to higher education, Council of Higher Education? Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much. Let me start with that one of Council of Higher Education. In your APP, there is an item that speaks of policy brief to the minister. And you said that part of your target is 4, if not mistaken, for this year. And I wanted to check with you in terms of policy brief. Can you be clear in terms of which policy specifically would you be briefing the minister? Because earlier on you made a reference to the SMART principle. And if we're not clear on what policy brief are you going to brief the minister on, I'm not sure if I've captured you correctly. And I'm raising this because I wanted to understand in your policy reviewal, have you ever briefed the minister first and foremost on the reviewal of the curriculum, which the responsibility lies with mostly university council or college councils, which creates more of a dilemma in terms of accountability and enforcing authority. That is my first part in terms of policy brief. The other question is related to the market study assessment. Market study assessment in terms of curriculum review. Because it is my firm belief that it is through that study would be able to conduct that proper review. I'm raising this because I'm sitting with a strategy document of Vuselela College. And when you look into the implementation of occupational programs, they are indicating that they're intending to implement those occupational programs in the year 2028. But when you look into the programs that are intending to implement, largely speaks to what the general public agrees on in terms of mismatch of skills. It is on those bases that my question is, in terms of policy brief, which area specifically would you be briefing the minister on in terms of policy review? The second aspect of which I believe that you should include it, because you are just vague that you'll be briefing the minister on a policy review. Now I've just made mention of this one of powers that are located within the university councils and college councils, which makes it very difficult to enforce authority of the state. The other issue from the Council of Higher Education and Training, we are sitting with a problem, and I believe that this thing should be resolved. While we are still on the policy review, I want to check with you on the issue of agricultural and nursing colleges, of which, according to Higher Act, defines them outside Department of Higher Education. And to a large extent, we seem to be operating as if we're not serving one national government. It's a serious disparity also. I'm adding up to your APP so that you can be clear as to what is it we want to deal with in terms of policy review. And also, while you are speaking of your targets in terms of the number of doctorates and PhDs, I'm finding it very difficult for me to fund a program that is not aligned to our economic growth path. And we have seen NSFAS spending a lot of money on funding such programs. Don't misinterpret me. I don't doubt photography. But largely, what is the use of us investing in photography when the president has made a pronouncement on CETAs? The last part on policy review, the president has made pronouncement on the restructuring of CETAs. And he was very clear in terms of the number of CETAs that he would want to see operating. And from an operational point of view, how far are you in terms of the restructuring of such? Because my understanding of your role or core mandate, amongst others, is to advise based on the research that you have conducted. Now, the pronouncement has been made. Those are the few questions that I wanted to raise with your good selves. I will raise all of my questions because earlier on I realized this one-on-one interactions chows on my 10 minutes. So let me raise all my questions so that at the end of the day I'm able to get a proper response. Let me go to NSFAS then, Chair. In fact, before I go to NSFAS, the number of doctorates and PhDs, are we therefore unable to clearly categorize which ones are we targeting that are also aligned? Because, you know, sometimes releasing doctorates that are not aligned to our economic growth path, it speaks to nothing as a country. Now, let me go to NSFAS. I will not be tempted to discuss or to enter into a space of interpretations of legal terminologies. Can we respond, and it boils back to the pronouncement of the president, acting CEO. I will not be tempted to call you an accounting authority. The acting CEO the acting CEO. In your APP, you have demonstrated a huge gap in terms of funding disparities between universities and colleges. The president in his SONA has said that our investment must focus on the injection of skills development. And I believe that they are all located in your TVETs. How in this year and moving forward are we resolving these disparities? And at the center of these disparities, what informs them? The other issue that I would like to raise with you, your APP, part of it in your budget demonstrate that there is a serious budget cut and there are implications on the funding of number of learners that must benefit. And I did not get it clearly as to how are you going to offset, I think it's the 5%, 0.5% that you are suffering. I did not get it from you on how are you intending to offset it. I would like to go to the issue of the missing middle budget allocated. Part of your presentation says that given the budget cuts that you encountered in 2025, you had to restructure or to tap into the budget of the missing middle, if I've heard you correctly. And I would like to understand, as part of making sure that your budget is aligned, how much have you tapped into from the missing middle budget? And secondly, I would want you to confirm that you are still awaiting the National Treasury on the rollover application that you have done specifically with the missing middle budget. The other issue that I wanted to raise with you, NSFAS, I agree with Chair that in the past year we have seen a willingness from the administration to stabilize NSFAS. But there is one burning issue that has created smaller protests that wanted to become sporadic. And at the center of it was failure to pay the student accommodation, especially the private providers. There is a serious challenge, and I would want you to be clear, NSFAS. Who handles these issues of accreditation? And in an event, because in other institutions, in other areas, it's an institution itself. In other areas, you are told of the pilot project that you are currently implementing. And it has been 2 years being told of a pilot. I'm not sure, according to you, NSFAS, how long does a pilot project guide us? What then becomes your role? I'll give you a practical example. I think you were part of our engagement when we had Northern Cape, in fact, SPU, Solplaki University. And there were a number of providers who were part of our meeting who were complaining that SPU has not processed their payment. And they left this meeting having made a commitment that such issues will be resolved. It's more than 6 months now. We are sitting with private service providers in Northern Cape who were removing students from their accommodation just on the eve of exams. How are we resolving that part? Because that on its own, it speaks directly to your operational issues. The last part, DG, I would like you to confirm or deny the statement that I'm about to make. In our last engagement with NSFAS, DG, you have said that the status of governance in NSFAS is fairly good. In fact, from where you are sitting, NSFAS is in a better position than the previous years. I would like you to confirm if I heard you correctly or deny that. And with that being said, Chairperson, let me go to the last part, I believe. Let me go to the last part, to the DG. I would like you to take us into confidence as to when last did you conduct an assessment on the state of delivery of service of NSFAS in relation to its core function. And based on that assessment, you must tell me whether NSFAS is in good condition in terms of fulfilling its core function, or as it is being purported through the media emanating from the minister's statement, is NSFAS in shambles as it is being perceived? Thank you very much.
Maybe DG, yeah. Let's start with the DG. Confirm or deny. And then from there we'll come to student accommodation. And the last question.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think that the Honorable Khabo, the issue would be context in which I would have made comments around NSFAS. But if I were to answer the question directly, and you have seen my approach in how I run the entities of our department, I tend to look at the positive side of what has happened. Entities that are under administration, I've presented them to you. I still see good things happening in those entities, even though I support them being put under administration, because I understand that behind these organizations, right now I'm from NSFAS and I've been speaking to workers and I spoke to unions and I heard what they said about what they think is happening in the organization. But I have to find a way of still inspiring our institutions to do better, because in the midst of all of these things happening, the service delivery requirements, and as a DG of the department, I have a duty to inspire my teams and present them in a positive way. sometimes I would be caught in trying to create that balance. And you will see on another day, I can talk about the Auditor General's reports on NSFAS. On another side, I will the team, the executive team at NSFAS will tell you my letters that I write to them about failure to adhere to certain requirements, and I said earlier on budgets or NSFAS budgets, Honorable Dr. Christian. I said the framework, the fiscal framework should guide NSFAS in terms of their funding. They shouldn't spend beyond what has been allocated. And so I trust that's a sense, that's a context in which I have spoken. Today, I feel that notwithstanding the negativity that might be contained in our reports, we must not fail to see the positives that our colleagues individually and workers do, despite inadequate funding. Almost all the entities that have presented today, they would say we have not allocated adequate resources for them to perform the task that they have been given. But I still expect, as it has happened with QCTO, a string of clean audits, and I think that there is potential even at NSFAS to do that.
Okay, so the short answer is that the DG did say that it was in context, and then accommodation.
In that meeting, mine was to request the DG to confirm or deny. So he unnecessarily went to town saying a lot of things that are quite irrelevant to my question. And I'll plead with the DG to respond to my question. My question is simple. It's quite simple. Can you deny or confirm what we have said? Let me remind you and put it into context. We're dealing with a quarterly review. We're dealing with a quarterly review.
There's no need to provide context. You don't want him to give context. DG, confirm or deny?
I cannot recall in verbatim whether Honorable Khabo is quoting me exactly what I said, because it must have been some time that I said that. But I would not feel I cannot say that when I refer to NSFAS in some of the work that they do, what they have achieved. So I do not deny that I may have said that, but I would have said it in context.
Thank you very much. That's what I had heard you to say, that you do confirm, and then you wanted to put context there. Osim?
Thanks, Chair. So I think the question around TVET and university, and this is what I see happening in students almost in their entirety apply directly to go to university. If you were to do an assessment, you can say that every school-going South African who has aims and ambitions of higher education has university as their first preference. There is a very small cohort of students who want to go to a TVET college. So almost every student, when they apply to NSFAS, but also when they apply directly to institutions, uses university as their first preference. What we see happening in the system is that when the matric results get released, the university places fill up. Students who do not get accepted to university but do have NSFAS funding start to move towards TVET colleges. And that's how TVET colleges fill up, and we reach our numbers around TVET colleges in the country. We can easily say, by looking at the NSFAS numbers, 600,000 students at university, just over 200,000 at TVET, that we have a very university-heavy system in the country here. Yeah? But I think we also need to be honest to say that students know what they see, because they know that the a university degree at this point in time is more valuable than a TVET degree, because university or graduate unemployment for university graduates is far lower than unemployment for TVET graduates. Now, there's a number of interventions that need to happen. One, there needs to be more popularization of TVET colleges. The TVET curriculum in itself needs to be evolved towards the shift towards occupational qualifications. One of the things that was done was the rebalancing of the allowances to make them equal between TVET and universities, to make TVETs more attractive to students as well. But we need a almost entirely culture shift if we're going to have a more balanced approach to both TVETs and universities. And that can also assist us with the fiscal issues, because a TVET education is a bit more of a cost-effective option than a full-blown university education. On the admin budget, we have supplemented our admin budget through recoveries through our loan book. National Treasury at this point is not really open to giving NSFAS additional funding, but they are willing to listen. And National Treasury has set us some conditionalities that they would like for us to meet. We report to them on a quarterly basis, and I think we've got a good relationship, or at least rebuilding a relationship with the National Treasury that will enable us to start, moving the budget in a direction that we hope. Yeah. On the missing middle budget, the missing middle was initially announced by the former minister now as a capitalized fund of 3 billion. How it was structured is that NSFAS had about 2 billion of NSF bursary money that was converted into missing middle loans, and we received an additional 1 billion rand, taking the budget to 3 billion. Last year, the NSF gave us permission to convert the 2 billion that was originally earmarked for bursaries back to bursaries to assist us with the shortfall, and that they would redisperse that 2 billion when it was required. But we haven't drawn down the initial 1 billion, so we still have enough funds to deliver on the missing middle budget for 2026. The rollover application, the missing middle funds don't need a rollover from us. It may be the NSF, but our rollover for 24-25 is still outstanding from the National Treasury. We are making follow-ups on that on an ongoing basis. On the last question around private accommodation providers, let's say that NSFAS is operating a hybrid model at this point in time. So the majority of TVET colleges fall under the student accommodation project. Honorable Khabu, you will know we stopped calling it a pilot this year. It's the student accommodation project. So when I think we have 48 TVET colleges and I think 13 universities on the student accommodation project. When an institution is on the accommodation project, NSFAS takes full responsibility for disbursement, accreditation, placement, registration, the full-blown course of activities takes place on our side. When an institution takes responsibility for accommodation, they assume the entirety of the function. All they do is lodge a claim against NSFAS, and we pay that claim. Our approach towards student accommodation is last year we developed the student accommodation protocol, which aims to bring regulation to how student accommodation should work for NSFAS-funded beneficiaries as a supplementary policy to the minimum norms and standards. We did receive a considerable amount of public comment. We have provided it to DHET, and we would like their comment, and we would like to finalize it still in the first half of 2026, because we think that will bring clear policy direction as well as regulation to the student accommodation sector going forward. Thanks.
You want to have on the last, just one on the.
No, Chair, mine is on, especially on student private providers. Is there any standard operation that you have developed as NSFAS to maintain communication and resolve issues that impact negatively on the day-to-day operation of a university because of an extended problem? Have you established that? And if not, how do you then interact with service providers whom are unable to get their issues resolved, either in terms of late payment, either in terms of deviation from a payment plan, deductions that are necessarily late payments? How do you then handle that? Because failure for you to do that or failure to communicate, ultimately students get evicted. That's one area of interest that I wanted you to speak to, and you did not speak to it. Thank you very much, Chair. My apologies.
Thanks, Honourable Member. So, where NSFAS manages accommodation, we have an end-to-end process for how that is designed, from accreditation to placement to registration, to how complaints are handled, and ultimately how accommodation providers are paid. When an institution manages, they manage it via their policies and procedures. We don't get involved unless we are requested to get involved here. So we have designed that process. Of course, when we appeared before this committee earlier this year, we did have issues with student accommodation payments for a lot of accommodation providers because we took over the payment function this year, who were struggling to have their bank details to be verified. I'm happy to say that we've resolved in the majority those issues. About 95% of their banking details have been verified, and we are not experiencing any. Well, there's a small 5% that we need to still help them fix, but in the majority, it looks much better. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, from my side, let me quickly pass this because so that it becomes clear. I'm gonna as well try and spend my remaining time on CHE and QCTO because I don't think I want to entertain these APPs for NSFAS when there is this elephant in the room. Right? Firstly, Chair, we would like to put it clear, vehemently clear, categorically, that as MK Party, we reject the putting of NSFAS under administration. Totally reject it. And Chair, we feel that somehow, putting institution under administration in the higher education is now being taken for granted. It's being abused, actually. For the third time, actually. This institution to the operational level. So, and now we've got another one. There is a tendency that we are seeing, a pattern of thinking that for me to get my way with the institutions of government, I must put them under administration. This is what we see as we put it. So would like to put it categorically clear, DG and Deputy Minister, we reject putting NSFAS under administration. We do not support it. And tomorrow we're still going to ventilate our reasons and go an extra mile. But we don't support it. And Chair, I think somewhere we also need, as a portfolio committee, we need to look at maybe we try and propose a policy or a legislation of a process to put institution under administration. Not that because I have power now, I must abuse that power for whatever nefarious means we don't know. I think let me pass, I just wanted to pass that on NSFAS so that it's known clear that we don't support it. We are totally against putting the institution under administration under these cloudy conditions where you don't know whether the CEO or the administrator, we have no clue what it is. Because you can see it was done in a rush. The acts are clashing all over. And then I've done that, Chair. And then on the CHE, on your research and knowledge impact, your 5-year target of 800 references to CHE publications is presented without baseline. How can we judge you on this, that your 5-year target is growth or is on stagnation or is declining? If we don't have baseline, how do you baseline your 5-year target of 800 references of publications to CHE? If you can give me an answer on that one. Are you doing your baseline through benchmarking, probably with the UK or Australian CHE? How do you get to that target?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I wouldn't be able to give you an accurate answer. I'd need to consult with my colleagues who lead the research portfolio at the CHE and then provide it to you if you can give me the latitude to do that.
Okay, all right, it's fine. I'll move to my next question while you're doing that. And then my next question is on your NDB targets of 75 PhD qualified university staff by 2030. This is another challenge, DG. The other institution is having a target that they have no control over. How do they control or have control of their target of 75% PhD qualified university staff by 2020 on the target that they do not drive, they don't have control over? So what specific levers does the CHO pull to influence academic staffing of these, what we always called our autonomous institution? How then the CHE, do we hold them to account on that, DG, or even there? Whoever can answer it.
I will take it, Chair. Thank you very much. The slide that you're speaking to, Honourable Member, it is, we're trying to show what is the link between CHE and the NDP targets. And so our targets are linked to those things, not that we've got the control of those, but through our quality assurance, we would like to support the universities and the department to be able to achieve these targets. So that's why it is here. It's not that we would be achieving this by ourselves, but it is through our work that will support them to be able to get that, because these are the targets for the national higher education system in whole.
It's not placed as a target for CHE to reach. That is based on, okay.
So maybe I can jump in as well, Honourable Member. So if you read the strategic plan, we make that quite clear, that these are sectoral targets, the system targets. All the organizations in the system contribute. The CHE contributes in a specific way, but they are system NDP targets.
Okay, all right, thanks. And then to the QCTO, there was one question I wanted to ask. The RPL recognition that prior running and CAT are mentioned as policy imperative. What is the actual uptake on those both the CAT and the RPL, and why has RPL remained underutilized across the whole of the system of higher education?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think in terms of RPL, it has worked extremely well in the QCTO. And in fact, the number of candidates qualifying through RPL in the QCTO is far usurped or any other sector. However, having said that, this area is also being flagged now that unless we do proper due diligence, it could be one of the processes that could be very well abused. But certainly in the first couple hundreds of certificates the QCTO issued was against RPL candidates. And we used the ARPL, the Artisan RPL toolkits that was designed in conjunction with NAMB. So certainly within the...
There is a key 2-point takeaways on your presentation. The funding fragility of QCTO. It's been a decade-long dependence on an adequate SITA allocation. So with the minister's SITA reforms, what will be your input on that plan to say how will the QCTO look at on the reform to benefit more from those funding of by the SITAs?
Chair, my response to that would be QCTO is not necessarily a skills levy organization. In terms of the Skills Development Act, we are supposed to be funded directly from the fiscus. It is just that when the QCTO was established, it got a certain baseline from the fiscus and then was supplemented by the SITA levy grant. Our proposition will be that the QCTO is funded directly from the fiscus based on our needs. And so that dependency on the SITA's could be dismantled, and so that there will be a segregation for QCTO to undertake its mandate and the CETAs to undertake its mandate.
Okay, won't it be prudent that probably you propose to the minister maybe on the CETA reforms, maybe increase those incoming
CETA levy grant regulations are actually taken off the table at this point in time. So we will have to continue with the 0.5% and do the best that we can unless we get some bridging finance.
Okay, all right. My last question on your transition backlog, the 63% of your legacy qualification is still stuck at phase 0. To me, that on its own, it raises a systemic red flag about the doubts of the QCTO's ability to complete transition within a reasonable time frame. How would you respond to that?
Chair, the 63%, the long green bar, that actually represents the qualifications that are already registered by SAQA. So it's just another 40%, which is the lower numbers onto the left of that slide, that the QCTO is currently busy engaged with.
All right. No, I think that's all, Chair. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Lonzo.
No, Chair, I think also, before I go to my questions, we must, as Honorable Mwanji, make this point very clear, that we disagree with administration. And maybe just to put the prophet is, if maybe you think it's against your person, you can go and watch our historical videos on when the minister placed construction CETA, LG services under administration. And we have been very consistent. We've got a problem with minister who does not seem to be willing to follow due process, flaunting of processes, and trying to influence things that the executive should not be placing their hand in. And that fundamentally affects governance in the various institutions. We just gave an example now. Someone is an administrator at NSFAS. They refuse to give the handover report to the department. They refuse, literally. The department comes to the committee and complains to us and says, this professor, I'm assuming it's you now, professor doesn't want to give us the handover report. There's nothing we can do, they complain. And then a year later, CETA, not in a different department, maybe if it was a different ministry, would have said, I know, at least here in higher education, the conduct of this person has effectively blacklisted them out of higher education. So maybe they've got a friend in finance or in basic or what, they're going to work there. We're talking about the same department. And all of these things are happening under the nose of the minister. Because it is the minister that placed construction CETA and administration, and the minister would be aware that this particular individual who defied the department at NSFAS is now working with the administrator of the construction CETA. So we've got a fundamental problem with the manner in which this minister has decided to lead the department. But of course, we're going to ventilate those issues when the board is here. That's why we wrote to the chair. When we wrote to the chair, we even asked the chair to call the former board members because we want the former board members to be here. There's a story going around that the minister was holding secret meetings with individual board members to try and lobby them to say, I don't want this one to be CEO, make this one a CEO. I don't want this one. That's an overreach. That is so unethical. We can't have a member of the executive wanting to interfere, who become a security guard. I was making a joke now to say, hey, the way in which professor is speaking is in charge. It means that NSFAS won't be able to buy toilet paper without his signature. And it sounds like a joke, but at NSF, we couldn't buy toilet paper without the signature of the DG. He knows what I'm talking about. I'm talking about things. So it may be the first time that you are interacting with this department, Prof, but we're in a state of madness in this department. And it's unfortunate that you will arrive, when we are confronting the minister like this. And of course, you will be unfortunately caught in the middle of this mess. So we've got a problem with the minister, and when he comes here, we're going to be able to raise those issues sharply. So I'm only going to ask one question on this, because I agree with Usifo Mdala that let's rather wait for that meeting. When, you know, Chair, when I was speaking about the contradiction in the Gazette of the minister, both the deputy minister and the DG were nodding. Like literal, they were nodding, both of them. I'm speaking about a Gazette which has been written by a Minister of Higher Education, which speaks to placing NSFAS under administration. I'm saying this section is contradicting this section. Both the Deputy Minister and the DG of Higher Education are nodding, saying, hey, this Honorable Ones is telling the truth here. Perhaps there's a contradiction here. I may be misinterpreting them. But it looked like they were. DG says they were nodding horizontally, not like this. so just one quick one. DM is not here. Before I move to, I also want to go back to QCTO and CHE. DG, would you have played any role in this decision to place NSFAS under administration? I know you like to give a context. I just want to get the most direct response that I can get. Would you have played any role? And that's triggered by how I saw your... I was going to ask the Deputy Minister the same question, by the way, because if she agrees with me that before a minister takes a decision of that nature, he will call all of you and take you into confidence, not just the day before, but also take you into confidence throughout the entire process. And if there's this communication, and it means it's very problematic. So I just want that one, TG, and then I'm moving to QCTO and CHE. My day with NSFAS is still coming, so I don't want to trouble them too much.
If you can answer quickly, DG. He has 3 minutes, 40 seconds. I want to fight with you.
No, I support the minister in exercising his powers under Section 17. And I think that's my response.
No, we expect you to support teaching. That one was not a question. Even if you did not support, by the way, we expect you to say that you support the minister for obvious reasons. The question I'm asking is, did you play any role in the coming of this decision for the minister to place NSFAS under administration? I'm not asking whether or not you support the decision of the minister. It's very difficult for you to say you don't support it, even when you don't support it, and I can't blame you for that.
Yes, I've supported. I've played a role.
So you were aware of it leading up to it.
Yes, absolutely.
No, thank you. That's all I needed to hear, TG. CHE. I just wanted to pick your brain on the crisis of student debt in South Africa, and how you have done, and whether you have done any research to try and assist the department in the bill that we're currently working on, which actually I think we're reaching a finalization on it now. We do try to include the Council for Higher Education, almost at an advisory role that they can play in trying to deal with the crisis of student debt in South Africa.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I can say no, we haven't done any specific research work on student debt in recent years. I think the last input we had on this was when the Fees Commission was in play, and this issue was a big issue during that time, and there was an input from the CHE at that point. But no specific research project.
And then what would you say is the position of the CHE in the practice of universities that withhold the degrees and certificates of students that owe the universities money? Because to me, it sounds counterintuitive. Even if the expectation is that we want these people to pay, the one thing that is going to lead them to getting employment will surely be the same degree that they are withholding.
So the CHE as a council or governing structure hasn't kind of articulated a decision on this, but I can give you my kind of personal take on it. We always work from the position of the interest of the students in a lot of the work and the decisions we take. And certainly in this case, I think student interests are compromised.
No, thank you. I think we'll deal with that when the bill is at a much more developed stage. Just one question to QCTO. Please educate me here, because I know although you certify some of the programs that work in the skills development part, but I believe that the SETAs also play some role in either granting, maybe I'm not using the right terminology, but they have to approve some of the training providers. So is there no overlap? You don't find that there'll tend to be an overlap if, for example, if someone wants to be accredited, they'll come to you, accredit them, but the SETA still play a role independently from you to accredit, those particular people.
Chair, as I indicated there under my slide, Vision 2027, there is an overlap between QCTO and the SETAs on all of the activities, again, because of the funding constraints. So in the case of accreditation, the application will come to QCTO. We do the first phase, the desktop. It will then go to the SETA. They have a certain time period in which to do the actual visit, make the recommendation to us. We will then accredit. What we then do is choose a sample where we're going to do a verification to check that the SETA did its job correctly. And that will apply throughout of the processes. However, when it comes to certification, the only certification body in that space is the QCTO. We would just quality assure the results that come through to us and issue the certificates.
Just the last one before closing, Chair. So if you guys have already accredited, and then on top of accrediting, you've given the certificate, what reasons would the SETA provide to say, no, we don't think this person meets our standards? If you guys have got that authority, for lack of a better word, because you provide the certification, you do the accreditation, what would make a SETA say, no, we disagree with the view of the QCTO?
Now, the only reason the SETA can they can't disagree with what we say. But what they can do is in their recommendation, they can say this provider does not qualify, but based on the criteria that's in a QCTO document. So they can't disagree with the QCTO. They will inform us of whether they meet or not.
I think TG wanted to assist, Chair.
DG, you wanted to answer on the...
It's just to provide context here. Yeah. There is a matter which is still outstanding in quality assurance when it comes to the role of QCTO. And that is the fact that SETAs still control ETQAs. And this is actually a role of QCTO and not of SETAs. And we've taken a decision that this is addressed, so that there is no ambiguity about what the SETA would have said and what QCTO says. But as long as you have a function of quality assurance still sitting with a SETA, it kind of undermines the role of QCTO. And so your question is actually located within that context. Now, here is the difficulty in getting this work done. SETAs, in the process of exercising this function, have appointed people in the SETAs who, if they were to move to QCTO, it will need QCTO to either re-advertise those positions or something along those lines, because the function of quality assurance is a specialist function, and if you appoint generally, you will have people who do not fit in the functions when they are there, and so it's a big problem that affects almost all sitters. We think the way to handle it is to phase it out. There are certain sitters that were prepared to cooperate with us, but there were others who you could see that even though they want to cooperate, they are struggling because they know the consequences of the decision would be unemployment for so many people who are actually doing this. Quality assurance is the one single function that sits between the credibility of our qualification or lack of that credibility. QCTO must be seen in the light of how we see Umalusi, in the same way as how we see the CHE. But at this point in time, when they are still funded lower than the two entities and their functions are still not yet with them, we can expect that those problems are there. So I think you've assisted me by raising this question, because I think they will be afraid to say the things that I'm saying, because it would seem like they are opening an area of conflict and power struggle, in the system. With the revision of the legislation, that's where I am going to come in and ensure that what belongs to gets there, because it's only through the law that you can do it. It's not debates, it's not views and so forth. Thank you.
No, I'm nodding to what the DJ is saying, Chair.
So you know what you've just said, DG, and I'm glad you came through, because I think the CEO was afraid. I think Honorable Lonzi is asking this question because there would have been media reports that would have suggested SITA A, SITA B, SITA C has cancelled the accreditation of. So when members ask you a question, just because of time constraint, they may not take you through all the processes, but just answer. Firstly, you'll say this is the normal process when we start to accredit. This is what we do. But there's a role that has been played for cancellation purposes, so that at least you give a global picture of it. I think DG brought an angle of ETQA, which is very good. But in his response, DG just indicated that, in fact, we don't have oversight mechanism from the department on the SITA. So the skills development branch has been weak, has not been doing its job, because if it was doing its job, and we are saying ETQA positions are specialized positions, but you have allowed sitters to advertise them in a general form, it means there's no oversight. And we've allowed ourselves to get to that point where we've not done our job, and we've created this problem where we are. So when these members, and they've said this thing many times, when they were speaking about DDG Mvalo, that you are saying this person is not doing this job, and this is not the first example. I mean, there are many. But you guys then says he must go and fix a SITA. So it means that how you guys look at this thing of the application of an individual's performance vis-a-vis what we give them to go and perform.